At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida.
quite like the peeking actually.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I might do one more. Can't tell the difference. What's the difference?
Oh, it's all the like big flute that kind of.
Oh, okay. I don't think. Oh, yeah. Okay. I can't see the edge on what I'm doing. Just nice using around. Come out. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah.
How far around is
It's like once you get to the gates, it's like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It's the next building down. Yeah.
Just in front of the okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that.
Oh, so just updating you. Yeah, no one has arrived, and I know some people are moving around to the right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, fine. So happy for us to just stay here. BBC Westminster.
Yeah, as long as you can UK broadcast.
Let me just.
Sky, BBC, ITM,
Cool.
yeah. I guess.
All right, I'll let you know. All right.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Okay, yeah, UK. Yeah, that's BBC again, but they're doing live, so. Oh, okay. They might send someone else in, or it might be.
Sí, a uno de ellos cuando les escucho, sabe lo que es su idea otra más. Y ya quiere de las cosas demás. Sí. Sí, sí.
Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida.
I think the Sky are there as well, so we don't need to go there.
I got already the images of people who fight, so apart from the image of minister, so here, I got the image here.
Yeah. Where in Spain?
We are basically near Madrid. No, I haven't. I was thinking about that. I got in touch with her about, yeah, and I was thinking about recently, it was about this time 3 years ago. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but you know, most people using these cameras a lot of time. This is 2 grand, so it's really fine. But it's the closest thing, it's 28 point play. So that's the closest you can get to 92. Yeah, this one does, yeah. Ah.
I just dart in and out.
Yeah. I mean, I'll use it for here.
Yeah, of course. It just made me think. Yeah, that one time I need it.
Yeah. But it's never quite it's not quite on. So quite close to it. But you can press a button on the side of the flashes in. So you get a bit closer. then outside the manual does that because trying to decide whether to get some time code boxes, because I do a bit of freelance sound.
Okay.
And, to be honest, the generator of my sound is fantastic, so I can always get around it, but it's one of those things. I should really get it. Sensible to do them, and there's a company called Deity,
Yes.
which is in between, but they got quite a good reputation. But they were marketing their kind of, what do they call it, brochure.
Basically, yeah.
But I think they're actually good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've worked with sound recorders for years, so they get their phone out, they get all their, like, Bluetooth,
Yeah.
and they got an phone which generates the time code. It sends it to all the receivers, which obviously was,
And you turn it free to phone.
yeah,
That's great.
yeah, these are like multi-camera jobs.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, another one was the sound recordist was recording on his sound recorder and writing it on here, but not sending the sound.
Yeah.
So then it hopes they can just sing.
Oh yeah, no, completely. So
But
you're
that was really not anything. Like,
Really?
I don't know. I think it was more the producer who was also putting it in. Didn't really know what.
well, they should work perfectly because they should match completely, but you can't come unstuck if you're a different time range. You're in the work pay.
Yeah.
And if you get it right, change the difference to it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it's
Yeah.
He wants to do a horror film. Dan's right. Next bank holiday weekend. But in Shrewsbury and stuff like this. But that was great fun. That's like a film. It's a low budget film. But a completely different vibe. Should be good fun.
Good fun.
Especially being a horror film.
Right, as well. Right, it's always a laugh.
Yeah, so I have to nail it down. But I think I'm going
They
to
pay you
kids.
well.
Yeah, well, it's like it's not the proper rate. I think it'd be about yeah. I think it's going to take plus expenses. But to be honest, I know I kind of went to college with I think he's our director and producer. He's a lecturer.
Right.
So it's to be honest, it'll be a job. It won't be about
Yeah. Yeah, very often it's just a question of doing stuff to mix up and keep it fresh. You know, like I said earlier, they do a bit of new stuff.
Yeah, like the
Really
car
like
boots
it.
and get
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah.
Was you hired by an agency to do the
No,
to call?
it was a guy who's got a podcast on the BBC, but he had a mate who works for a bank, and he said to his mate who works for like some big bank, why don't we come to your customers if you can and do an interview with some of these formats and just say
So it's great. It's a big-ish deal.
yeah, so exactly.
And did you manage to get? I mean, it'd be like if I was offered that here,
My
slap
first
the door.
thoughts were this is a scam. Because it was, the guy approached me through LinkedIn.
Yeah.
What's going on?
But then you knew who he was.
Then I googled his name, but then I thought, but he was I just assumed when I saw that, I thought, oh right, it's this job. So when he started emailing me, he was always emailing me from his other email address. Like, why is he not emailing me? And only after I spoke to him and said, look, you know, he's like, oh yeah, fine.
So how did the corporate gig turn out? I mean, did you have enough time to enjoy the Bahamas again?
We did actually, yeah.
Because that's key to me.
Yeah, we did.
Otherwise,
we did.
why it's going to go? If you
Yeah,
can't do anything?
because we're in a pretty average tourist hotel, next to this amazing hotel with a they weren't like big enough.
They just wanted to spend their time doing other stuff.
Okay.
So we had plenty of
happy with
time.
it?
We had plenty of time.
And how is it? Is it alright?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, something special. We were in that one. Something special.
Do you want me to check on my phone? Oh no, I know how hard work with him for 20 years. Yeah, right, well that does make sense. I agree. Are you working for him now? GRTV? Yeah, I've got a full crew here. I think they're expected to be relieved by the grant. Is that right? No, it's not, but I just wanted to check it was going to the cabinet. Alright. Got it? I was just checking, yeah, fine. Alright, cheers then. But yeah, he's definitely coming here. He might have gone to come in some state. He's only there, if that's okay.
That's good. Last time I did it, I was like, by the time I got back, they were like trying to bribe me with burgers from my room, and I was like, no, I've had enough. I have my own cat.
I'm not coming.
Drive a car again on a highway for 90.
Further back is better. Because then I can always...
Yeah, my dad is in the map.
You alright? Can I take it over
Oh,
here?
yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Time. Through the crowd. Phone's just been ringing.
So,
How did they come out? Did you see anybody go in?
no,
Not a soul?
no, all the snaps have gone round the cabinet office.
Yeah. Is it if we got gone?
No, I don't think there's a full cabinet. There we go.
Oh, look, for God's sake.
So, are we...
Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, let me...
Yeah. Yeah, you won't actually. It's got to be...
decided to come back to until Paul Maguire shuffles off that role. I don't think that's going to happen.
Sorry?
Until Paul Maguire shuffles off the role of seemingly being in charge. I don't think. No, but he does seem to have some sway. He does have a nod. But yeah, I don't know. So, yeah. Well, I get on alright with him. I've not had much to do with him, but I've approached him. And he never got back to me. Yeah, I mean, it's deadly over everywhere. The sky basically stopped these freelance. Yeah. Apart from, big events like this, day-to-day, bank holiday and shit. They just go down the creek. Yeah, you're right, you're up. Excellent. Richard, pictures are out. So.
So I didn't sleep, it was great fun.
No, it wasn't. But I was I mean, they've had a few days of actual. Yeah, there's an actual. They banned the government regularly.
Yeah, pretty great.
Yeah, so great.
Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida.
আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করে আমি তো বলছি এতক্ষণ আমার এই বক্তব্যের ছাত্রদের প্রতিনিধি বলতে আমি
Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida.
এইভাবে আমরা কাজ করব সবাই ভালো থাকেন সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ এখানে আপনারা যত প্রশ্ন করতে থাকবেন আমাকে দেরি করাবেন ইট ইজ টু আর্লি আমরা কাজ করতে থাকি একটু সময় দেন আমরা একটা সলিউশনের মধ্যে আমরা যত
Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida.
ছাত্ররা আছেন আন্দোলনরত যত লোকজন আছেন দয়া করে ঘরে ফিরে যান সবাই ভালো থাকেন আল্লাহ আমাদের মঙ্গল করুন আল্লাহ হাফেজ
দর্শক আপনারা এতক্ষণ সেনাপ্রধানের সেই কাঙ্ক্ষিত বক্তব্য দীর্ঘ 16 বছর এই বক্তব্যের জন্য দেশের সাধারণ মানুষ আপামর জনতা প্রতিটি গণমাধ্যম প্রতিটি সেক্টর অপেক্ষা করেছিল
Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida.
Youth Klein, the Dutch contestant in this year's
The Dutch
Eurovision
singer who was now
Song Contest,
expelled from...
has been disqualified just
Some
hours.
breaking news to bring you. The Dutch artist Joost Klein will now not perform in the final.
We are what the Eurovision is. EBU is not what the Eurovision is. EBU, I don't need to care anymore.
closed in on selecting her running mate 717. Vice President Kamala Harris closed in on selecting her face-to-face yesterday with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro yesterday with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro candidates have also met or are Mark Kelly. It's unclear if the other possible candidates have also met or are still supposed to show strong winds and rain battering Florida's Gulf Coast on Sunday. This morning shows strong winds and rain battering Florida's Gulf Coast on Sunday. People on the coast were encouraged to evacuate over in Manatee County. People on the coast were encouraged to evacuate not too long ago with Debbie's last live shot. And he was saying some of the people that he knows not too long ago with David Martin's last live shot didn't decide he was saying some of the people evacuate. They are still going to that he's been texting down and be there. Of course, you hope everything works out and they're staying safe. But even of course, you hope everything works out and they're staying safe. It's still packing a punch and a lot of rain. This being a hurricane Cat 1, it's still packing a punch and a lot of rain.
There have been reports in Marion County of some significant outages near Ocala. Although there have been reports in Marion County of some significant outages near Ocala along US 19, and they're getting the full force of this hurricane right now. It is really blowing along US 19, and they're getting the full force of this hurricane right now. It is really blowing through everything you'd expect. Here's a shot from just up the road confirming it's windy and rainy, everything you'd expect. Here's a shot from just up the road confirming Fairview live view from the girls' lakeside. It's windy, but it's not as bad though. Now here, Lake Fairview live view from the girls' lakeside. It's windy, but it's not as bad. 25 miles an hour in Orlando, gusting up to 35 miles an hour. Just have a wind gust of almost 25 miles an hour in Orlando. As Hurricane Debby has winds of 80 miles per hour, currently making landfall in Leesburg. In the Big Bend, as Hurricane Debby has winds of 80 miles per hour, currently making landfall to 10 in the Big Bend, near Steenhatchee and near Horseshoe Beach. And weekends to 10. However, the rain production will not weaken. That'll only ramp up. So and moves in the Carolinas. However, the rain production will not weaken. That'll only ramp up. So there's also storm surge warnings as far south as pretty serious flooding down here. So there's also storm surge warnings as far south as northeastern coastal counties. We could see some erosion what'll become a northeastern coastal counties before this week is out. That said, flooding is an immediate concern for the Tampa Bay region. A lot of the bands of rain that said We also watch out for tornadoes. There's a tornado watching effect till 4 p.m. As these bands move in, looks like we also watch out for tornadoes. There's a tornado watching effect till 4 p.m. Some more significant rain. And this would be a window where we could even start to see some flash flooding. I know we've got a little low-lying neighborhoods here we could even start to see some flash flooding. I know we've got a little low-lying neighborhoods here and there. It's our highest chance for that setup would be around midday today. We'll get flooding, but our highest chance for that setup would be around midday today. And then that band crosses into the afternoon towards storms as we head into through tomorrow. Rainfall totals anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain today. We head in through tomorrow. About 2 to 3 inches. Totals anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rain today. How much rain we get. 2 to 3 inches. Depends on where these bands are set up to determine how much rain we get. Let's look at the big Hurricane Idalia. This one looks to be a big rainmaker comparing it to Hurricane Idalia. This one looks to be a big rainmaker compared to Idalia.
Heavy rain and flooding rain. This is a high risk of excessive rain that is issued by the Weather Prediction Center. So essentially, all you need to know is excessive rain that is issued by the Weather Prediction Center. So essentially, all you need to know is that it's associated with this storm area. That's pretty rare for us to see. How much rain that's going to be dumping with this storm in such a short period of time. How much rain it's going to be dumping in gradually. So we've seen wind gusts as high as around almost 51 miles per hour near the villages. So we've seen 25 in Ocala, as high as around almost in Gainesville. Now, in terms of specific near the villages, 25 in Ocala, 44 in Gainesville. Now, in terms of specific impacts, tonight, specifically across parts of Dixie, taking place in Alachua County. So head to tonight, specifically across parts of Dixie, Gilchrist, leaving Alachua County. So that's around 60 to almost 70 miles per hour. That's going to be 30 miles per hour, and then isolated tornadoes, 60 to almost 70 miles per hour. Rainfall. We can pick up an additional 5 to 6 inches, leading to totals closer to around 12 inches, just since 5 to 6 inches. Now, in terms of impacts close to Marion Lake and Sumter counties, that's where we're going to be still. Now, in terms of impacts close to Marion Lake and Sumter counties, that's where we're going to be
outputs for mics to connect everybody. They put mics here, but the thing is, they are directed. So if Dr. Filipato speaks, they are directed. Yeah.
He'll come here.
Do you think we can change?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah, yeah.
The one who speaks, it's a bit weird, I know, but because if we are moving every time.
Yeah, it becomes a bit.
it to the technical expert. Okay.
Will be inside to translate, you know? I need some translation.
Yeah. We've been trying to get. Yeah. Where is she now?
Yes, it's with Elena, yes.
Ah, okay.
No, she's okay. Problem with connection. Because we don't find translator. So I called her and I said, please stay home and have connection.
Okay, go then. What to do?
I came from Poland, I mean.
Yeah. What to do, bro?
Το email που σου έστειλε ισόμορφος, πάτησες να πεις.
I think it's a fair point regarding Boxer. Angela Karina, who effectively caused the issue to escalate. What do you think?
You can't, you've got to protect what.
She did a mistake that there's no spot and to be addressed properly because there is a lot of background which are in the ring that we need to we just need to make sure that it's delivering what we want to say. Questa sta avanti. Sapere che not like
Tonight? Are you going tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless there is
What time tonight?
at 9, so I have the 5:30, I have the pickup. Unless you're
Let's see how it goes here.
you need me, of course, I have to do until Wednesday and another.
Okay. Yeah. Might be better to stay if there's only 4 left. Let's see. Might be better to stay. Let's see how.
I have to put competition to it on this one. Today I gave them the day
Still not happening.
This part, and then later we connect president.
Why? What's happening?
People are not really happy to wait so long.
No, but what's happening with the president?
We still don't have translation connected to Zoom. I don't know why.
Okay.
I can give it 5 more minutes and then I think when it's time to start.
Okay. People not happy to wait, then that's their call. They want the information, they'll stay, won't they?
Yeah, right, but I mean, I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Will everybody be speaking right here? I think probably. Well, it's very limited.
It's not ideally, but we will try to do this.
She'll sit on one chair.
Everyone will be Chris Roberts.
They'll sit on one chair.
We're trying to get the connection for globally with the translation for the president to speak. So he's waiting now. So if it's not solved in the next few minutes, we'll start. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. They're ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're being told.
Okay. Do you want to just let everybody know that, and apologies for the technical issue.
Channel 1 English. Channel 1 English. Channel 2.
Which channel is the English 3?
2. That's okay.
C'est bon?
but welcome to this press conference called by the International Boxing Association. Last minute conference, so thank you all for coming. A reminder that it will be conducted in English, but that there is live interpretation available in French on channel 1, English on channel 2, and Russian on channel 3 via the headsets that have been provided. To select the channel, just use the channel arrows and then press OK to select that channel. So the IBA have called this press conference to shed light on their version of the facts concerning the highly mediatised state of affairs surrounding boxers Iman Khalif and Lin Yu Ting, particularly in light of what has happened at the Olympic Games,
with their wish to outline their official position on what has transpired. This includes giving details about why both athletes
were disqualified from the Women's World Boxing Championships in 2023. So to discuss this here today, we're joined by IBA President Umar Kremlev, who will be online with us, IBA Secretary General and CEO Chris Roberts, OBE, the former chair of the IBA Medical Committee and EUEC President Dr. Ioannis Philippatos, and IBA Coaches Committee Chairman Gabriele Martinelli. Each IBA member is invited to start with an opening statement before we then open the floor to questions. And we will be starting with a statement from IBA President Umar Kremlev, who joins by video link. Just wait for the sounds to come through. So we're going to come back to President Umar Kremlev. Sorry for those technical difficulties. We'll go first to Mr. Chris Roberts.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Microphone.
Sorry?
One microphone.
That's what this was for. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the IBA conference. Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and good to be joined by two colleagues on either side who will be able to answer questions further down the line as required. So we appreciate your patience today. It's a hot room, so apologise again for the delay, but thanks very much for joining. I think we can quite rightly say that it's been a real storm over the last week, certainly with this particular bout, and I think to shed light on the situation for us in particular would just be able to give you some facts as to where we were and where we are, where we're going. And I think it's important, particularly with the media, how both of these boxers have been treated, which is not good, particularly after the Italian contest with Angela Carini. And for us and the president, certainly the safety and the paramount and safety of the boxers is key for us to make sure that whether they're in the ring, out of the ring, and indeed doing the business, we need to make sure that they're protected at all times. So what I'd like to do is just give you a bit of an overview on where we were and why we've come to this situation. And of course, the first thing I'd like to say is that the IBA had never discussed or pointed out in the first instance prior to this competition. I'm talking about this competition. There was nothing raised by us for this competition regarding the bout or anything of that nature. The information that we gave was prior to the IOC. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So, information was given to the IOC some time back, and that information was delivered in 2023, and it wasn't something that we were raising prior to this event. The eventualities of the bout that came about with Imam Khalif and Angela Carini have obviously sparked this situation. We feel it appropriate the IBA are able to comment on what happened up to this point. So, what I'd like to do is just talk about both boxers. Imam Khalif came into IBO, was competing from 2018, and Lynn from 2017. And you can recall that the IBA, as it currently stands now, is came into effect at the end of 2020 into 21. And the stance that we've looked at this situation through into 2022. Okay. Sorry? Okay, apologies. So, what we'd like to talk about is the initial World Championships in 2022, when this was initially brought about. There was a number of concerns from boxers, coaches, indeed the medical team, medical staff, the ringside doctors, regarding these two boxers in particular. Blood tests were taken, a gender test was taken as it was during the Women's World Championships in 2022 in Istanbul. At that point, I'm just going to highlight here. So on the 17th of May 2022, the results were taken, the blood tests were taken by a lab known as System Tip Laboratory in Istanbul. We can give the license numbers out so you'll be aware of that, and the results from there were issued on the 24th of May. Okay. The tests were taken, and the results, I'm going to discuss this shortly, the results that were brought out were inconsistent. So, further to which, there's been a number of questions as to why, but we came about to the next female championships was taking part in 2023. So there is a time gap, but the reason for that is because we wanted two tests. So there's two tests required, not one, but two tests, time gap between, and then to the next World Championships, which was taking place in India. Okay, so we go to the female World Championships that took place between the 15th and 26th of March. Both boxers entered the championships, and at which point, on the 17th of March 2023, both boxers were asked to take a further blood test. That happened, and on the 23rd of March, the results came through, and it demonstrated the chromosomes that we refer to within the technical and competition rules that make both boxers ineligible. And that was then further ratified by the BOD, our board of directors. It was taken there to remove both boxers from the championships. That was on the 26th of March 2023. We had a letter that Mr. Yarolimpos had put forward to the board, and with this it explained fully what the situation was. We've got a document that Mr. Yarolimpos sent to both boxers, and within that document, and we'll let you see these documents, there is an attached referral to the blood tests that were taken. Okay, we're not in a position, due to non-disclosure and medical in confidence, we're not able to give you the actual blood test itself, but what we can show you is the front cover copy with the annex, which we'll put up on show shortly to indicate what that was. and a signature on the bottom of both documents by both boxers who received those blood tests accordingly. Both boxers had the possibility to appeal to CAS within a 21-day period. Further to which, the Chinese Taipei boxer Ting Lin, she did not appeal, and that was a legally binding result. And on the back of that, we then had the discussions with, and indeed further discussions with Imam Khalif about the results on the boxer's behalf. Now, she did challenge that on the 14th of April 2023 and challenged the CAS appeal. IBA paid for the costs on this, or the majority of the costs. The boxer was expected to pay part of those costs, and preceding that, it didn't happen. So on the 27th of July, the Court of Arbitration and Sport issued a termination order, and the proceedings against the appellant did not. She didn't pay. We paid the cost, but on the back end of that, the results came out that no further action to be taken. The conclusions to which are extremely challenging, because for this boxer and for Lynn, clearly the technical and competition rules that apply to IBA and as we've seen in this instance are indifferent to that of the IOC. We've had a letter that was sent to the IOC by Mr. Yarolimpos informing them of this decision by IBA and the criteria within that and where they fall within that eligibility. Sent to Mr. Kit McConnell, and we've got a response back, so we'll be able to show you those letters accordingly. Previous to that, after the situation in 2022, the results of that again were communicated to the IOC verbally of the meeting with the sports director of IBA, the previous two outgoing, Mr. Kovacs, and one of the lead Paris boxing unit, who's actually here now, was also on that call. So that information was relayed.
So contrary to what was discussed in the conference at the weekend, the IOC have received this information. And clearly for us, the interesting situation here is that whilst the IOC have had that information previously, they haven't done anything with it. We had the response and they haven't taken that forward because they rely on their own criteria, which is based against, I believe, and what I'm hearing is the passport to enter the competition. Okay, so with that, what I will say is this: we never intended to raise any of these issues at this event because this is not our event. This event belongs to the IOC. The whereabouts of this has come out based on the result of the bout between the Italian Angela Carini and Imam Khalif. I will point out that the president of the Italian Boxing Federation indeed hasn't been happy with previous results, and I would like to say that in this instance there was questions raised by the Italian Federation prior to her bout that took place. So in this instance the situation from my perspective has been raised and has been brought forward, but with the actions of the Italian boxer in the ring. Difficult because both boxers have worked extremely hard towards their own goals, and of course we find ourselves in this difficult situation now, particularly Imam Khalif, who steps through to the next stages and is hoping to win Olympic gold. We in IBA understand the difficulties that this has brought about for the whole tournament, and it's never been our intention to bring any of this about. Of course, what you see is the actions of the boxer in the Italian bout with Imam Khalif, and then further to that, the reason why we're sat here. So there's some brief facts, a brief going over as to where we are in that current situation. We've got the administration to support that. What I will say is that we're not able to disclose the results of any tests but you can read between the lines where that sits. And of course, what I'd also like to mention here is that yesterday evening and this morning we've received letters from the NOCs in Chinese Taipei and Algeria respectively, informing us that we can't disclose any information pertinent to either boxer. So we've had that information through early hours this morning and this morning. So you can see what that means. So again, read between the lines. I'm not in a position to show any results, but from our perspective, IBA's eligibility criteria that sits within the technical and competition rules has been pushed across the IOC, and they have that information already. So that's currently where we are. I think just as an opening gambit, I hope that's kind of set the scene for you. We can produce something that will give you those dates, just so you're, you know, there is no confusion there. But I hope that's given you a bit of an overview of where we've come to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. We are going to be ready now for IBA President Umar Kremlev, who joins us online. If that doesn't work, we will be moving on to Dr. Filipatos in just a moment. But Umar Kremlev now, the President of IBA.
Событиями большое значение спортивное событие мировое. Олимпиада. Начиная с открытия, как христианин, как верующий человек, вот, открытие Олимпиады, это было оскорбление каждого христианина и каждого мусульманина. Вообще духовность человека была задета. И причем это было сделано нынешним руководством МОК, потому что они согласовывают программу. Но это событие печально продолжилось участием в боксерском турнире. Это очень печально, что мы сегодня, 21 век, мы защищаем спортсменов, когда спортсмены должны ходить уже свободно, выступать свободно. Международные ассоциации должны для них создавать мероприятия, а не ограничивать спортсменов и унижать спортсменов. Сегодня Международный Олимпийский комитет и его руководство Томас Бах, которые не соответствуют своим должностям, сегодня они просто уничтожают спорт, особенно женский спорт. Я как президент Международной ассоциации бокса IBA, также мне доверили страны управления. Я здесь нахожусь по зову сердца, а не для того, чтобы управлять эти команды, как это представляет себе Томас Бах. Я не хозяин боксеров, я тот человек, который должен создать условия для боксеров и защищать каждого спортсмена, каждого тренера и каждую национальную федерацию, потому что благодаря спортсменам, тренерам и национальной федерации существует мировой спорт. И это IBA сделало. С того момента, когда мне доверили Международную ассоциацию бокса, в боксе мы убрали коррупцию в судействе, мы бокс вытащили из банкротства. Я хочу напомнить, чтобы никто не забывал про это. Непосредственно виной коррупции в IBA 12-й год Олимпиада, 16-й год Олимпиады является Томас Бах, Ситигу, потому что Ситигу был член МОК, про это молчат, просто боятся говорить. Независимое расследование профессора Макларена, оно опубликовало о том, что Международный Олимпийский комитет и его член МОК, именно Ситигу, является замешан в этом управлении. Он привел АИБу, прошлую АИБу в такое состояние, в коррупцию и в стадию банкротства. И я пошел для того, чтобы в боксе был порядок. Это с этого и началось все. Я пришел, с моим приходом IBA ушло с банкротства, с моим приходом остановилась коррупция в судействе. Мы дальше продолжаем. С моим приходом стало все прозрачно, демократично выбираются члены IBA, члены Совета директоров были переизбраны все, и реформируем устав и управление. Сегодня мы сталкиваемся с тем, что нам надо защищать спортсменов. И эта ситуация, когда мы взяли спортсменов анализы, оно не по нашему желанию было, это по просьбе многочисленных спортсменов, девушек, которым было больно выступать с ними, спортсменами, которые жаловались, и тренеры жаловались. Мы чувствуем, что они генетически сильнее, чем мы. Вот, у нас головные боли, лично ко мне обращались спортсмены. И, конечно, мы направили доктору Филиппасу, который должен был провести эти анализы, и генеральный секретарь офиса IBA было поручено подать, чтобы взяли анализы и подали, чтобы проверили этот факт. Этот факт был, так и как и в IBA надо был порядок наводить, и также и среди спортсменов и судейства везде мы навели порядок. Сегодня IBA независимая международная ассоциация, которая защищает спортсменов. И когда первый анализ пришел о том, что генетический тест намного различается от женского генетического теста, и второй анализ это подтвердил. Конечно, как президент мы должны защищать женский спорт.
Мы говорим о гендерном равенстве. Мы говорим о том, что мы должны защищать права женщин, потому что женщины в 19 веке только освободились, получили право голосовать и получили право, чтобы могли и возглавлять, и выступать как спортсменки. Мы должны это защищать и ни в коем случае никому не дать, чтобы уничтожили женский бокс. А сегодня, конечно, уничтожается не только женский бокс, а я думаю, что и в будущем они будут стараться уничтожать женский спорт. Таким образом, как сегодня это происходит на Олимпиаде, потому что не IBA проводит на Олимпиаде бокс. Если это было бы IBA, то этого бы не было сегодня. И учитывая то, что происходит в Международном олимпийском комитете, то, что они остановили признание IBA, ни разу не встретившись с IBA. Это о чем говорит? О личном вмешательстве Томаса Баха, личные амбиции, месть IBA за сетеву, за главного коррупционера, под которого они молчат. Вы можете посмотреть расследование профессора Макларена, там все это есть. И это продолжение идет. Сегодня они уничтожают женский бокс. Мы этого не позволим. Я как президент буду защищать всех боксеров мира. И мужчин, и женщин, потому что IBA это боксерский дом. И где бы они ни выступали, сегодня это происходит на Олимпиаде. Что начиная открытие Олимпиады было, тайные вечери, оскорбили всех верующих людей, миллиарды людей. Особенно, и также и меня это оскорбили. Это я не знаю, это уже сверх такое значимое, которое нельзя позволять. Там людям надо остановить это. Международная ассоциация спортивная, это для того, чтобы призывать все к миру, для того, чтобы гарантия была защита спортсменов. Вот для чего мы существуем, вот для чего люди становятся президентами. Для того, чтобы все деньги, которые зарабатываются в Международной ассоциации, эти деньги должны принадлежать спортсменам. Сегодня на Олимпиаде нет ни призовых, медалей, ни золотые. Почему меня не любят, почему меня боятся команда Томаса Баха и сам Томас Бах? Потому что я за независимость, я за демократию, за честность, за прозрачность, за защиту спортсменов, против коррупции в судействе. За это они боятся, я не боюсь говорить правду. И здесь я нахожусь не для того, чтобы пиар или еще что-то. Здесь я нахожусь для того, чтобы защитить наших любимых женщин, защитить то право, когда еще мы приняли в 19 веке, до нас еще приняли, что женщины имеют право везде, и мы должны защищать их права. А сегодня пытаются таким образом уничтожить женский спорт. Но мы не дадим. Бокс этого не будет. Бокс это IBA, это боксерская семья. И я хочу, уважаемые коллеги, к вам обращаюсь, ко всем СМИ, кто поддерживает женщин и кто за женские права и чтобы женский спорт завтра не уничтожили, не бойтесь, говорите правду. И также есть сегодня большая проблема. Чтобы это все остановить, как это мы сделали в IBA. В IBA настоящая демократия. IBA прозрачная международная ассоциация, IBA независимая международная ассоциация. И защищает спортсменов. У нас есть главные люди. Это сердце IBA, это спортсмен и тренер. И национальные федерации. Ради чего IBA работает. И посмотрите, какие сегодня призовые платятся на чемпионатах мира. И женский, и мужской. Мы уже довели до 10 миллионов долларов. У нас медали из чистого золота. У нас большое уважение к спортсменам. И все, что зарабатывает IBA, это деньги спортсменов. Чего нет на Олимпиаде. И почему я сказал про призовые тем девочкам, которые пострадали. Я слышал, что МОК сказал, что не верьте. Это им можно не верить, потому что они вводят в заблуждение. Мы-то показываем действиями, мы выплачиваем призовые. И на Олимпиаде те девушки, которые пострадали, мы выплатим призовые им. Мы не боремся за какие-то, чтобы нам привилегии были. Мы боремся за то, чтобы было справедливость. Справедливость в женском спорте и в мужском. Я, как президент Международной ассоциации бокса, которому доверила боксерская семья управлять боксом, буду отстаивать, не буду молчать, я не буду играть в политику. В спорте не должна быть политика. Спорт выше, чем политика. И Международная ассоциация бокса, это принадлежит странам. И все решения принимаются Конгрессом. И также я призываю сегодня все спортивное сообщество. И призываю всех тех, кто любит спорт. Давайте мы объединимся. Призываю все страны. Вот чтобы такой ситуации не было, чтобы наших спортсменов не унижали, чтобы не было исключения личной амбиции Томаса Баха и его команде, где он пытается личными амбициями убивать спорт, особенно бокс. На Олимпиаде были 10 медалей, сегодня уже 7 медалей стало. Вместо того, чтобы увеличить, чтобы больше у стран было возможности участвовать на Олимпиаде. И женщинам также довести, и мужчинам также. Также мы требуем сегодня реформировать, я требую, и многие боксеры требуют, и спортсмены требуют. К сожалению, мои коллеги Международной федерации некоторые боятся про это говорить, потому что сегодня у Международного олимпийского комитета такое управление, что если кто их не послушал, они их уничтожают или исключают. Но с боксом это не пройдет. Бокс вам не шутки. Боксеры плясать не собираются под дудочку. Боксеры за прозрачность, честность и открытость. И сегодня я хочу призвать весь мир, чтобы президента Международного олимпийского комитета и совета директоров, и бюро исполком, и членов МОК должны выбирать страны. Страны должны голосовать. И все такие решения глобальные должны приниматься странами. Всего лишь самый глобальный надо поменять 3 пункта. Это поменять для того, чтобы, не для того, чтобы, как сейчас хочет Томас Бах, продлить себе, чтобы он мог еще остаться президентом. А устав надо поменять для того, чтобы президента мог выбирали страны голосовать, а не члены. И совет директоров, и бюро исполкома, и также Международный спортивный суд КАС должен быть независимой организацией от Международного олимпийского комитета. Он не должен быть считаться как подразделением. Они не должны назначать судей. Этого не должно быть. Должно быть независимый суд спортивный, отдельно. Отдельно должен быть Международный олимпийский комитет. И выборы должны быть страны. Благодаря странам существует Международная ассоциация. И также надо ввести все, что зарабатывает Международный олимпийский комитет. Эти деньги должны принадлежать спортсменам, тренерам и национальным комитетам, странам. Вот мои требования. Я у себя на сайте. Если кто боится этого, я-то не боюсь. Я готов бороться за это и буду бороться. Я добьюсь того, той прозрачности. Мы объявляем о расследовании в отношении Томаса Баха и его команде. Я призываю лучших следователей со всего мира присоединиться и сделать общественное расследование в отношении их, насколько они коррумпировали Международный Олимпийский комитет. Они не должны принимать решения сами. Должно принимать решения общества. Мы должны признавать и слушать, что говорит общество, что говорят страны. Сегодня Международный Олимпийский комитет превратился в политическую организацию. Но они забыли, что это не политическая организация, а общественная организация. Это общественность должна принимать там решения. А сегодня, к сожалению, начиная от женского спорта убивается, заканчивая до судейства, это происходит все на Олимпиаде. Посмотрите, 12-й год Олимпиаду, 16-й год коррупция судейства. В этом всем виноват. И причем на боксе, когда было нарушение судейства, Томас Бах сам присутствовал. Мы за это не должны молчать. Многие мне скажут, что я об этом очень много говорю. У меня нет абсолютно ни агрессии, ничего. Я просто говорю о том, что все знали правду и не боялись. И IBA будет защищать спортсменов. И я ко всем обращаюсь, всему миру сегодня. Лучшие исследователи со всех стран, присоединяйтесь, давайте проведем общественное расследование в этом отношении спортсменов. Защитим наших женщин, защитим спортсменов, защитим прозрачность, открытость спорта. И спорт для того, чтобы был мир во всем мире, как это делает IBA. Посмотрите в IBA. Президент из России, первый вице-президент из Украины, генеральный секретарь из Англии. И у нас многонациональная ассоциация. И взять с Греции у нас главный врач. С Италии у нас со всех стран. Вся страна охвачена. То есть все национальности. Можно перечислять и перечислять. Так и должен быть Международный Олимпийский комитет. Вот как должны работать международные ассоциации. Я сегодня перед вами, можете мне задавать любой вопрос. Я не стесняюсь, удобный, неудобный. Я ничего не боюсь, в отличие от Томаса Баха и его команды. Они-то боятся, они боятся меня, они боятся правды. А я за правду, я буду до конца до этой правды. Спасибо большое, уважаемые коллеги. И сегодня я хочу сказать, что мы защитим наших женщин, и мы, еще раз говорю, кто пострадал, девушки, мы им выплатим призовые, и также мы выплатим всем спортсменам, кто займет первые места, призовые места от IBA, так как Международный Олимпийский комитет все деньги, наверное, тратят на проживание Томаса Баха в пятизвездочных отелях и на его перелеты и его частную жизнь, видимо. Вот. Но мы добьемся, чтобы эти деньги уходили, все-таки вернулись спортсменам. Мы этого добьемся. Мы не позволим, потому что благодаря зрителям, благодаря спортсменам есть зрители на Олимпиаде. Благодаря спортсменам есть спонсоры. Они не ради чиновников идут туда, они ради спортсменов. Из-за этого мы отстаиваем, чтобы все деньги принадлежали спортсменам и странам. Другого варианта не должно быть. Я, еще раз говорю, буду отстаивать и призываю всех присоединяться к нам. Лучших исследователей со всего мира, лучших общественных деятелей. И также призываю наших любимых женщин не бояться говорить правду и отстаивать женский спорт. И мы вместе отстоим. Учитывая те анализы, которые пришли, и наш врач, и сегодня доктор Филиппатов больше расскажет вам более подробнее, и мы будем отстаивать наших женщин. Так что, дорогие друзья, спасибо вам, задавайте любой вопрос, я могу на любой ваш вопрос ответить. Я открыт для вас.
Thank you to IBA President Umar Kremlev for those details. I'd like to invite Dr. Yannis Filipatos to make his statement next, and just before we proceed with that, the IBA have asked me to clarify the credentials of Dr. Filipatos. He is an MD, PhD, obstetric gynecologist specialist with experience also in genetic department, IVF, in vitro fertilization expertise with 30 years of practice behind him. Dr. Filipatos, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My brothers, my friends, welcome to this conference. I am doctor about 30 years. I don't like press conference, I like to work. I practice medicine, this is my job. Until now. It's happened before 2 years because the countries from Europe asked me to be president in EUBC, European Boxing Confederation. I accept. Now I help as president, I help Europe, and we try to upgrade boxing in Europe. So EUBC president, finish, is something else. Here I am as doctor. I want to represent myself a little bit. I'm sorry to bother you, but you must know the truth, and you must know who I am. Because, I don't know, perhaps after this interview you will hear other things. So, I am about 59 years old, 30 years doctor practice. I am obstetric gynecologist, general surgeon, and specialist in IVF, in vitro fertilization, and of course in my genetic department. So that means many things. I don't want to speak too much medicine to you, I don't want to bother you, but many times, for many couples, I prepare babies. Men, woman. I know that the President Bach, I respect him. He is the president from International Olympic Committee. I understand everything. I know that he say the science is poor. For me, science is not poor. Perhaps the doctors must speak. Perhaps the doctors must speak. Medicine is knowledge. It's not opinion, it's knowledge. I know that who is woman and man, one passport can give to us the opportunity to be men, and tomorrow when I go back to Athens, it's possible to go to my government to say, please, I am free man, I want to change my name. And from Ioannis Filipatos to be Ioanna Filipatou. Will be happening. That means I am woman tomorrow. Please, the nature and the biological watch, no change. We change everything in our life. Career, technical, natural, we cannot change nothing. So women, they have biologic watch. This watch not change to the women. If they make career, if they are poor, if they are rich, nothing changes. The same to the men. So now I work in boxing about 15 years without to receive money, just to help. Our office, the second office is in Monaco, Monte Carlo, and thanks for that. Now my first press conference, because I told you I don't like the press conference, I like to work. You must know the truth now. I am very open and happy if you ask me many questions. I don't need papers. I don't care about papers. Ask me what you want. My computer is here. So, everybody knows the problem. We know that problem. We know some years before. But how start that problem? How? All the boxers, before the fight, First day. First day. Yes. Sorry. So, all the boxers, first day, before the draw, before the weigh-in, sorry, after the draw, they pass the medical exams. The ringside doctors from IBA, they are very good. I know because I was instructor about 11 years. So, what's happened with each boxer, like Mrs. Khalif, what's happened? Many countries, many doctors from the countries call us and say, what's happened with them? We don't understand. It is woman or man. Looks like men. But this is nothing. So start the countries start to say to us, please, perhaps it's man, perhaps it's woman. How we know what is every boxer? And in Turkey, how Secretary General said, we start in the morning in the medical examination to check some boxers. Not only these two boxers, no. And of course, in Turkey, after the episcopic medical examination from the ringside doctors, I was informed for something. And the second pass was to send blood exams to have official answer about the karyotype. That means we want to know the karyotype, this is the biological words. We want to know if it's man or woman. This is the first step. So happened that, and together with the lawyers, we was very attentive not to make mistakes, not to bother the boxers, not to create problems. We don't want to create problems to boxers, but we must be correct, you know. We have two guidelines, two categories, men and women. So, let's start, because we talk about women, let's protect women. That means women's category must be only woman. Only. I think you agree. If you not agree, let's change the category. And we give another name, mixed category. Everybody in his life, he can do what he wants in his bed, in his home. But here we talk about sport. Yes, everybody is free to make sport. But in one competition means two categories, women's sport and men's sport. Now, before some days, I listened that we don't know exactly what means woman. Please, not possible that. Not possible that. I have in my life until now 5,000 operations. I don't know how many babies. I know what they have the babies. Not possible somebody, no doctor, to say we don't know what is woman. Okay, if you don't know, ask one doctor, but let the doctor speak. The doctors not speak. No one give to you this information. Yes, of course, I come to you immediately. No one. They don't have the courage. Because they need the money, they need the good position. They don't want problems. They don't want bullying. So you are here today just to cover the press conference, or you want the truth? Please tell me. I need answer. If you don't want the truth, I stop now. Yes, please.
One question over here, do you present something new, or just some small stuff you're doing and you're showing some of your opinions? Second question, I want to know how much this Dutch campaign organization can hear, and how much you get in person to sit here on the podium and do
How much? What?
or how much
give to him one moment, sorry, one microphone down, possible? I don't hear him.
We're just going to be passing some microphones in just a second. Can we just finish with the statements and then we'll come back to all the questions?
Okay, let's do that, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mr. Mafteli wanted to...
Nicole said to me, Elena.
Can we have a microphone then, please?
Elena. Helen.
Hi. First of all, question to...
Let's finish better. Elena. Ellen Sobol.
So, thank you.
Ellen.
One question for German TV. First, Mr.
Ellen.
Sorry.
Nicole is ready.
No. So, thank you. So, first question, will you present something new or would it time for us to leave the room now? Second question is, how much is Gazprom paying your organization every year? Third question to you, Mr. Filipatos, how much is the salary you're getting just for sitting on the podium here? And to Mr. Roberts, how much money you're getting every year, salary from IBA?
For me, my salary? My salary, you mean? Please, please. My salary? You mean my salary? Yeah?
I ask
No,
you.
no. Keep your microphone, please. Keep. I ask you, my salary you want to know?
Like I said 3-4 questions. I could repeat it again.
You want my, if I receive salary from IBA?
Yes.
No, zero.
So, good. You, Mr. Roberts?
It's got nothing to do with you, what my salary is, so no comment. Thank you.
Okay. I just can ask questions. So, how much money is Gazprom paying your organization every year? Was my third question.
I don't understand. How much money, please?
You're getting from Gazprom.
From
Your
Gazprom?
sponsor, yeah, your sponsor or partner.
Personally zero. If I want to take money from Gazprom...
No, your organization. Come on.
Okay, moment.
And also a question to the CEO.
Okay, this is something else, okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are just coming to the end of our financial audit, so there will be results will be produced shortly. So you'll get to see those in entirety. Be presented to the board in Cuba. Thank you very much.
We had a question here at the front. Please, yeah. Can you get a microphone?
Just a question to the doctor about your standing as a doctor. Now, it sounds like you are completely against the right of any woman to...
It sounds like you're against the right of any person to change their gender. But as a doctor, don't you have to make the care of patients your first concern? So what would you tell a patient who did say seek a gender reassignment? Because obviously your status as a doctor would be important to question.
Yes, thank you for the question. Medical, we need to protect the woman. So woman category in sport, in athlete, we need to protect them. And we know how to protect them. Now I need 5 minutes from you just to explain a little bit medical. What means clear woman? What means transgender? What means intersex? Because I'm 100% sure that you don't know exactly what is each one. In sport, I mean in sport. In the personal life, I don't care. But in sport. Can you wait, please, a little bit to explain to you? Yes?
It was about your standing as a doctor. I'll just move on. And a question to one of you. Given the fact the first tests on these two boxes were conducted in 2022, why did you wait until 2023 for the next test? And the results are only announced when the boxers were on for medals.
Yeah, good question. Clearly this is something new, and it was something new for us in the sport. So, one result coming from one laboratory, the result coming out, and moving on to the next competition. We wait for the next tournament to then do the necessary testing, blood testing, with the doctors at Bristol. So, we had a lapse of just under a year with this information, of course, and the next time we tested to have a secondary test in a different lab was conclusive. So,
but why did it not happen? Why did you wait to the final?
Sorry?
Why did it take until she reached the final?
Well, as I'm saying, this wasn't something that we were familiar with.
So we waited a year, so you knew this tournament was coming, and you knew the street.
Yeah, because we needed them to enter the tournament. They needed to be official in the tournament, and at that point then we could protest them.
Excusez-moi, parce qu'il explique. Voilà, je suis là. Je suis là. Qu'est-ce qu'il explique quand il y a eu le match entre l'Italienne et l'Algérienne? Toute l'extrême droite, je dis bien, en Italie, en France, et aux États-Unis, depuis même Trump, même le candidat Trump, il dit que c'est un homme. Qu'est-ce qui explique cet alignement de l'extrême droite sur la position de votre association? Et puis, qu'est-ce qui explique toute cette somme d'argent que vous donnez à l'Italienne? Est-ce que, je ne remets pas en cause les Italiens, il faut savoir, moi je fais part des choses. L'extrême droite, une Italienne ou les sportifs italiens, ça c'est autre chose. Mais la première ministre italienne, elle a soutenu la boxeuse. Donc ça pose un problème. Et puis, elle dit qu'elle a reçu des frappes. Qu'est-ce qu'elle a reçu?
Monsieur, excusez-moi, c'est quoi la question, s'il vous plaît?
Ma question, je pense qu'il y a un scénario où l'Italienne, elle est dans votre scénario. Je ne peux pas vous lui donner de l'argent. Merci.
So the question was, how do you explain the fact that the right wing has aligned themselves behind your organisation to support the Italian boxer, and why is it that you are giving a payout to the Italian boxer as a result of what's happened here at the Olympics?
So, on the back of my initial point I made regarding the Italian boxer, okay. So there was a question raised by the Italian president prior to the bout. Okay, on the 31st, sent an email to IBA asking particularly about this boxer. So, the Italian president received the same information as everybody else, and in accordance to what you saw in the bout, my opinion, in fact, Gabriele, you can answer this one, yeah? About how the boxer performed in the ring, your thoughts on that, and end state of that.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank you all for having all the, let's say, courage to stay after this late start. I'm very sorry about that, but we are all in the same to clear something very important. Yes, besides the fact that now the CEO has the microphone for the Italian fight itself, but we had a plan today to give 3 statements and then give you the possibility to ask us questions related to all the statements that given. So that makes sense. I would like also to start then from what I wanted to tell you before, because I see that the discussion even now is moving on another side. This is why I'm here today. I'm not here about talking about budget. I'm not here talking about politics. I'm here talking about boxing, which is the main reason I'm here. Coaches Committee Chair, I lead all the coaches, which are the most important. It is the most important role in the whole sport. Now, what we teach to all the coaches is the safety of the boxer comes as the first and most important rule. I'm also the leader instructor. I teach to all the coaches together with our team of instructors all over the world. Last year we had over 1,300 students in the 5 continents. And what I will always point is 3 major points: behavior, procedures, and rules. This is a sport. We have procedures, we have rules. Now,
boxing is different from any kind of sport that we have here, because if we lose in an Olympic Games or in the World Championships because of an unfair advantage, we might be hurt emotionally, psychologically, because an unfair advantage was used to take the medal from us. But in our sport, it's different. Our sport is dangerous. When there is an unfair advantage, people can die. We teach in our courses the biomechanics of knockouts. We teach about concussion. We teach about second syndrome impact. Why? Because we want that all the coaches understand the responsibility that they have in their own hands when they lead a boxer in the ring. So now, I will tell you something. If for any reason there is an announcement of the performance which could benefit in extra power, then we can understand how dangerous this can be. It's already dangerous when there is no enhancement of the performance. It's very important for every coach that understanding the safety of the boxer, it goes out of the ring too, because taking this boxer who was already disqualified by IBA, which is the home of boxing since forever. Now, as we know that we're talking about a sport, so two boxers were disqualified by the IBA during the World Championship. Now, what would have been correct to do is these boxers are not being cleared. If anybody else was just banned for doping and was now participating, everyone now was arguing about it. It's not clear. So, what is the difference? We just switched the conversation on discrimination, which is not at all. The conversation is how to keep the sport safe. Finish. Because we don't need why. Why should we discriminate anybody? No one here woke up in the morning and said, today I will discriminate. I think we have many things to do. So think about this. So we had 2 cases of disqualification for this kind of reason. I won't even tell the reason. Okay? It's not my area. We have Dr. Filipatos here. But they're not clear. I think they should have been clear first, publicly, because they were publicly banned because of the rules. Now, this is a sport, we have rules. You need to comply with the rules to participate. And if you cannot comply, I am sorry. It's no discrimination. It's just the rules. So, this is my point from the coaches. And I hope that you will think about it instead of discriminating on other fields and just focusing on the only conversation that matters, how to keep the boxers safe. Thank you very much.
And there's 2 questions there. Yeah.
Hi, Wes.
Я здесь хотел, уважаемые коллеги, я здесь хотел добавить. Слышно меня, нет? Уважаемые коллеги, я вот хотел добавить, я смотрю специальные журналисты, которые задают за деньги вопрос. А почему вы считаете, что спортсмены не должны получать призовые? Почему, если эти соревнования благодаря им, почему вы считаете, что спортсмены должны сидеть, быть нищими, а спортивные чиновники должны жить в 5-звездных отелях, летать первыми классами и частными бортами? Почему это? Это я, как президент, и который занимался спортом, когда одни перчатки были на 10 человек. Когда одни шорты были на 10 человек. И до этого, когда не было финансирования, мог состояться как норма.
Bonjour,
Дальше я хочу сказать о том, призовые на Олимпиаде, это ITA до Олимпиады объявила до Олимпиады, что призовые каждому спортсмену, кто выиграет Олимпийские игры и займет призовое место, они получат отбор на чемпионат мира ITA. Олимпиада сегодня это для боксеров отборочный турнир на чемпионат ITA. Вот. И мы хотим сказать о том, что прозрачная, у нас нет никаких проблем с этим. Давайте вопрос сейчас, сегодня мы говорим о том, чтобы защищать наших спортсменов, девушек, и которые не в равных правах сегодня не находятся. Сегодня опять МОК не учел свои старые ошибки на Олимпиаде 12-16 года коррупции, которые они создали. Не учли свои ошибки, опять начали пытаться на Олимпиаде управлять боксом. И вот вам сегодня, в 2024 году, они делают грубейшие нарушения. То у них судейское было, а теперь нарушения. Они пускают не в равных правах, чтобы спортсменки соревновались. И наше личное решение, это боксерской семьи решение о том, что те спортсмены, которые пострадали, все, кто пострадают, мы их будем награждать как за первое место. Как до Олимпиады мы обещали всех спортсменов наградить. И дать отбор на чемпионат мира ITA. И давайте, коллеги, перейдем конкретно к этому случаю, где есть большая проблема сегодня. Мы должны это остановить. Мы должны спасти женский бокс, женский спорт. Мы должны говорить об этом сегодня. Давайте не забывать, не уходить влево или вправо. У нас есть четкие сегодня. Мы должны все спортивное сообщество, любители спорта сегодня остановить. Есть анализы. Проверьте, пожалуйста, посмотрите, и давайте мы остановим. И никто не будет вмешиваться, и у женщин будут равные права. Мы говорим про это. Я ко всем обращаюсь, задавайте конкретно вопросы касаемо этой проблемы. Не уходите в сторону. И не надо ссылаться на то, призовой спортсмен без материальной он не может жить. Почему чиновники должны жить, а спортсмены нет? Я еще раз повторю, все, что зарабатывает международные олимпийские комитеты, эти деньги должны быть спортсменов. И другого варианта никакого не должно быть. Давайте мы вот именно сегодня спасаем женский спорт. Задавайте вопрос, пожалуйста, касаемо женского спорта.
Okay, so I'm a little Can I have a question?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm understanding that you're trying to mean that both two athletes, they're Jalen and the Taiwan, they are not women. So you told that you have no scare to say and to say what's necessary to say. So what you're trying to mean? Could you be really clear and say in all words what you're trying to mean? They have born as a woman, they have born as a man, they have changed their gender. What you're trying to mean? Could you be really clear and really specific about what you're trying to say?
Thank you for the questions. You think I don't speak clear? I speak, no? Not clear, no? Because perhaps not good English. I don't speak clear. You know, sometimes
The comment is that you're talking about change, but there was no change. She was born as a woman. That's the comment.
Yes, I was not. No?
It's not trans. It's not transformation. She's born woman. She's born woman.
Okay. She's born woman.
What if the other question is, what information do you have to say that she is not a woman?
No, I want you, that's not my question. My question is to say what you are trying to mean. That she born as a woman, that person born as a man. Say in your words what you are trying to mean.
the answer. Yes. Look, sometimes, I understand you, but sometimes we cannot say everything. Why?
So why are you here?
But it's universal, the medical secret, you know? So, I cannot say to you if she was born woman.
So why you are here?
Why you attack me? Why you attack me? Why you attack me? Why you attack me? Okay, I speak. You want to speak? I try to say that the medical result, blood result, looks and say the laboratories that this boxer is male. Okay? And this is the problem now. We try now to help. I see these results. So, we try now to see why it's happened like that. You understand me? We are not against Khalid. She's a very good boxer. She is talent. Moment, why you attack me? Moment, please. I respect you. Respect me. Let me speak. I was not in the hospital when she born. If I was in hospital, I will tell you. I was many times in Algeria. Many times. I like Algeria. But our problem is not that. Our problem is that we have 2 blood exams with karyotype of male. This is the answer from laboratory. It's not my answer. It's the answer from laboratory. And this answer is not equivalent with the criteria, our criteria in the technical rules in IBA. Now, I am here to explain to you what's happened sometimes, and we have these abnormalities, we say that in medicine. You understand me? That is that we try to find. In this case, what you ask me, we need the boxer to collaborate with doctor to find exactly what you asked me. I cannot answer this question. Because I was not in hospital when she birthed. But I can explain some things. The problem is not about Khalif. Khalif is one very good boxer, very talented boxer. She is very good. I respect her. But as doctor, I need to protect the woman's category. Please, it's the woman category in sport. This woman category in sport, they have karyotype, woman karyotype. This is the big difference.
Can we add a question in a second row, please? In a second row with a microphone. Yeah, okay, thank you, Tom. Chris here. BBC News. You'll have seen, Chris, there's been speculation about whether this is some kind of partially motivated by some kind of Russian disinformation plot. As an organisation, you'll know the past of the IBA. You've been suspended over ethical integrity, governance issues. Given these theories, what assurances can you give? Can you really be trusted as an organisation, given the trust is at the heart of this?
Everything that we've done since we've come in, end of 2021, is about the boxing. It's about the boxers. We've salvaged AIBA to IBA. We are financially sound. We have produced high-level events. We produce professional opportunities for boxers across the globe. You've heard the President talk about prize money. You've heard him talk about the standard that we want to achieve. This situation here would never have come about had it not been raised by the Italian team and what happened in the ring. We are here now, as Yanis has said, just to provide you with the information. I'm not a scientist, but what I will tell you is, in accordance with both boxers with female passports, have boxed in the past, have come into competition, have been looked at by other boxers and coaches and have had a concern. 2 tests have been produced, one in Istanbul by one lab, another in India with another lab, okay? And our governance procedures, and of course technical and competition rules which are global, go right the way across every single national federation, have to be followed and adhered to. So we can only follow those rules, to Gabriele's point. This would never have been brought about had the results of the Italian team not been a disaster coming in, because we were asked questions, and you saw what happened in the ring. When the boxer goes into the ring, they sign a contract, whether it's unwritten or unwritten rule to go into the ring and to perform. The Italian boxer didn't perform. It wasn't good. It was disappointing for both boxers. You spend 4-year pathway program to get to these games, and it turns into a disaster. Okay, this is what we see. From my perspective, having worked in with UK sport, with working with Scotland, GB boxing, been on the board with the directors, you know, it's clear we just do boxing. To the president's point, there is no conspiracy theory. We don't have a conspiracy theory. That's not what it's about. We have had 2 letters today from the NOCs, okay? Let's look at the similar link here between the NOCs and the IOC, all right? This morning to say we cannot announce the results. Honestly, this is, I don't tell lies. There's no requirement for me to tell lies. I'm giving you the facts. That's as it is.
Okay. Sorry, I've got a question here with the microphone. Can you just hang on a second? Right, Chris, you said, here I am. Chris, you said safety was paramount. Gabriele, you said in your sport an unfair advantage, people can die. Now, if you had this test in 2022, you wait 8 months until they're in your competition. These women have been boxing for 6 years. I don't understand. If people can die, but you're waiting for them to arrive in New Delhi, and in the middle of that, you announce this. And a question for Mr. Kremlev, if he's listening. He's the head of a governing body. He described the IOC president, Thomas Bach, as a chief sodomite. Is that the type of language that the head of a sports organisation, international sports organisation, that's turned over a new leaf should be using? Thank you.
So first of all, I totally agree with you. Yes. Yes, I want. If they let me, I will. So, regarding the 2022, first of all, I've been coach's chairman from the September 2023. I knew about the issue, of course, but also Chris already said that never happened anything similar before in the whole sport, so it was completely something new. And one test, as they said, was not enough to take any drastic decision, because this impacts the life of people. This is also what safety of the boxer goes all around. Then they needed, and Chris already explained it, to have the boxer physically in our hands, which was in 2023 during the World Championships in India, where they performed another test. So this is why, and when they had the second test, before we even started the competition, they got disqualified. As I said before, then they never been cleared. And this is, for any sport, they should be cleared before participate in any competition. Because after that moment, they were not complying with our rules. Simple as that. So that's why I said, let's not shift the conversation in other points like budget or whatever, because today we are talking about 2 athletes, and this is the future of 2 people that they work so much. I hope that I...
Why didn't you chase them up? It's 8 months. You said people can die. Did you try and contact this Algerian athlete or the Taiwanese athlete across these 8 months to try and get it? It's really confusing.
As I said, I'm answering to you because of course you were pointing at me, but I repeat, my chairmanship started September 2023. The second test happened in March 2023. The athletes were already disqualified. So in my opinion, I had nothing to care, because IDA took care of the safety of the boxer, suspending and disqualifying the boxers. So please understand this.
Look. What's good about our officials is that the safety of the boxer is paramount. So that is the first. And so therefore, we have got trust in our officials, in our referees. So if a bout is outmatched, it doesn't matter. The skill, because you may see in the earlier rounds, you may see in the earlier rounds of any competition, and particularly this one with the seeding, that some of the boxers are far outclassed. Okay, to the point, the referee will always manage the bout, and the safety of the boxer is paramount. Yes, sir.
I think there was a question to the President as well.
Okay, to the President, yeah, sorry.
On peut poser la question? On va arrêter?
Non, le président il va répondre à la question.
D'accord, après on pose la question, ok.
Yeah.
The question to the President. It's a question to Umar Kremlin. You described Thomas Bach as the chief sodomite. I just wanted to know whether you regret using that language or if that's appropriate language for someone who is responsible for an international sport.
Да, я скажу, садомит, я имел в виду непосредственно Томаса Баха и тех, кто утверждал это. Я как христианин, мои личные задетые чувства, когда они берут, так выставляют насмешкой, издеваясь на этом. В библейском Писании были два города – Содома и Гоморра. Чем Господь уничтожил эти два города за то, что они не имели человеческой ценности. И как президент Международной ассоциации, и как верующий человек, и который отстаивает демократию и человеческие ценности, я не мог промолчать. И люди, которые создали это открытие и согласовал, это непосредственно Томас Бах и его команда представила таким образом, чтобы об этом говорили. Он сделал это специально, чтобы получить пиар. Я как христианин и верующий человек не могу позволить, чтобы смеялись на библейском Писании. То, что нам дал Господь, Писание наше. И я не один, а и я не хотел бы видеть это в спорте. И когда мы делаем чемпионаты мира, программа всегда утверждается у президента Международной ассоциации. И также я слово «садомит» сравнил непосредственно с Баха и Гоморра.
I have a question. You said that these women were tested a couple different times. Are you saying?
Sorry, I've just got one question here. You came in just before. Sorry, apologies.
I was told that were these?
Hang on. It's a very good question, and I think based on the current rules that the IOC applied, clearly they can.
If it was our event, they wouldn't be. We've got referees and the judges that will manage the bouts. Okay, so the safety of the boxer will be managed. But in terms of what we found, it's challenging. So if it was our event, clearly it wouldn't. But you know, from an IOC's perspective, that's where they are.
So did you only test these two women the first time at the 22 championships? You said there were some women tested. Were all the women in the competition tested, or were only certain ones tested because you picked certain ones out? That's unclear.
I will answer you. My doctors ringside in this competition in Turkey, they take about four tests for karyotype.
So you said 4 women?
4, yes, 4 women. The 2 was with abnormal karyotype. The other 2 was normal, XX.
And then what about 23?
And yes, so from 4, the 2 was abnormal, and we make the second examination after in India. You know, it's the medical privacy, and we need to go not slowly, correct, you understand what I mean, yes? So, many countries concerned. Medical is okay, possible to participate in boxing. The problem was the gender, the sex, woman or man. So, we take 4 exams, blood exams for the gender. The 2 was these 2 boxers. The other 2 was okay.
And then in 23, you only took 2 then? You only took these 2 women's tests? And secondly, why were they only disqualified and not suspended? Usually in this case, there's either suspension or referral to something else. Why were they disqualified and then allowed to compete?
Because the technical rules in the Constitution means if no karyotype as woman or as man must be disqualified.
But why not suspended?
Why not suspended?
No, they were disqualified from the event.
Excuse
Okay, after that, no, there was this process with gas, yes. And it's only come to light of recent that they were disqualified. So they still had a ranking on the IBA website. It's only post the CAS piece that they were then subsequently disqualified and removed from IBA tournaments.
Can I just say, we have 2 microphones going. Madame, just une seconde. There are 2 microphones going around. Can we just please ask one question? There's a lot of questions. We're doing our best to get our microphones to everyone. Just Madame first, and then the gentleman, please.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Ma première question, c'est, premièrement, c'est pourquoi c'est ce timing spécialement? Pourquoi c'est à la veille, une conférence de presse pareille, à la veille de la compétition et le combat de Iman Khalif, à la veille des quarts de finale? Pourquoi la veille? Pourquoi ce n'était pas avant? Pourquoi? Voilà, plutôt les demi-finales de Iman Khalif. Pourquoi spécialement la veille? Mais je pense que c'est pour la tête concentrée, premièrement. Secondo, je vois que le boxe, plutôt la boxe olympique, elle est sous la responsabilité du CIO. Là maintenant, vous êtes suspendu, je pense, c'est comme ça. Pourquoi cet acharnement sur Iman Khalif? Je n'arrive pas à comprendre. Vous devez être fier d'un exploit pareil, primo. Secondo, je n'ai jamais vu, on récompense les perdants, et puis on attaque et on s'acharne sur les gagnants, c'est une troisième question. Autre chose pour le docteur en gynécologie, si c'est possible. On connaît tous que le taux du progestérone et de progestérone, c'est pas une courbe stable chez la femme, il peut changer à n'importe quel moment. Voilà, il remonte, il se diminue. Alors je ne sais pas pourquoi tout ça.
Madame, on peut arriver à la question, s'il vous plaît.
Voilà, c'est ça la question, c'est une réponse. Voilà.
Okay, it's a simple answer to this question because of everybody sat here. You wanted answers. We didn't bring this situation to this tournament. This was brought about by what happened in the ring with the Italian and Iman Khalif. I've been discussing, stop. I've been discussing business with her for a while now, with Iman Khalif. Okay? And she will move forward into this tournament, as we just discussed here. The reason why we couldn't turn a press conference around in one day, post after the event, takes a bit of time to get a venue. All right, timing. It's not specific before her event. We are not having this here to disrupt her or this boxer. And the only reason why we're having a press conference is because the media want to asking questions.
Chris,
Okay?
you said originally that this was all brought out by the Korean loss, but you guys have been talking about this since before the opening ceremonies. So how do you explain that timing? Like, all of a sudden, that's why you're here because Korea lost? But Umar said about the XY chromosomes last year, the Russian... Can you just explain that timeline? Because it doesn't make sense.
Уважаемые коллеги, можно я сейчас прокомментирую то, что вы задаете вопрос. Почему мы сегодня собрали пресс-конференцию? Потому что в 2016 году МОК произвел нарушение в рамках судейства на Олимпиаде. И сегодня происходит в 2024 году на Олимпиаде нарушение в отношении боксеров. IB – это не просто международная ассоциация, IB – это
Today, markets tumble over fears the United States could be heading for recession. Violent disorder hits major cities across England and Northern Ireland. And a journalist held in Iran for more than a year tells us the challenges facing those who were freed as part of the Russia prisoner swap. It's Monday, August 5th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool. First, to those big negative figures on the markets in Asia and Europe. The falls have been sparked by fears of a slowdown in the US economy, off the back of Friday's weaker-than-expected jobs data. Plus, the yen has been strengthened.
an hour. That is possible. Now that Debby has made landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida, that is going to shift the concern also to life-threatening flooding across the southeast Atlantic coast. Sarasota, in fact, receiving 11 inches of rain in one day. And we're talking about these potentially catastrophic rains. A lot of people under voluntary or mandatory evacuations, but also causing some perhaps, surprising scenes. I wanted to share this with you right here. This is courtesy of Nikki, and take a look at this. This is, you are taking a look at a live catfish out of Naples, Florida right there, as all of that heavy rain has pushed wildlife into residential areas. So hopefully you're not queasy. This is a catfish. This was caught on camera out of Naples, Florida, actually thanks to
Saeed, sit down. Sorry. That's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be back after a little bit of time on the road. Start with some opening comments before I turn to questions. Earlier today, Secretary Blinken spoke to Qatari Prime Minister Al Thani and Egyptian Foreign Minister Abdullati about tensions in the Middle East, the latest in a series of
diplomatic engagements he has held over the past few days with counterparts in the region and around the world, including calls yesterday with G7 foreign ministers and Iraqi Prime Minister Soudani. The Secretary has delivered a consistent message in all of these engagements. We are at a critical moment for the region, and it is important that all parties take steps over the coming days to refrain from escalation and calm tensions. Escalation is in no one's interest. It's not in the interest of any one country, it's not in the interest of the region, and it's certainly not in the interest of the millions of civilians who just want to live their lives free from violence and conflict. The Secretary is also making clear through these engagements that the United States continues to see a ceasefire in Gaza as the crucial step to helping calm broader tensions, in addition to, of course, securing the release of hostages and addressing the ongoing suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And he is reiterating that all parties need to look for reasons to say yes to an agreement, not look for reasons to delay or say no. As the Secretary has emphasized, this is an important moment for the region, and it is critical that parties make the right decisions over the coming days. Turning to Bangladesh, we have seen the announcement that Prime Minister Hasina resigned from her position and departed Bangladesh. We are monitoring the situation carefully. The United States stands with the people of Bangladesh. We urge all parties to refrain from further violence. Too many lives have been lost over the course of the past several weeks, and we urge calm and restraint in the days ahead. We welcome the announcement of an interim government and urge any transition be conducted in accordance with Bangladesh's laws. Finally, we are deeply saddened about the reports of human rights abuses, casualties, and injuries over the weekend and past weeks. We share our deepest condolences with those who lost loved ones and those who are suffering. With that?
Yeah, thanks, Matt, and welcome back.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. On the Middle East.
Yeah.
Your comments in the opening suggest that you are quite concerned about the risk or the potential for a much wider war. What exactly is the State Department doing in terms of preparation for that possibility?
So we are concerned about the risk of the conflict escalating, the conflict spreading. It's something, as you know, we've been concerned about since October 7th, and there have been various times over the course of this conflict that the risk has been especially acute. Now, of course, is one of those times. And so what we are doing, the Secretary and others in the State Department are communicating with all the relevant parties in the region to make clear, as I said in my opening remarks, that escalation is in no one's interest, and asking that people use their diplomatic relationships to make that clear to others in the region.
Okay. For this, my specific question, and I'm sure there's tons to say about your outreach to other countries. I'm talking about internally within the U.S. government, what is being done to prepare for the possibility that that there is a wider war and that there will be American citizens in need.
So there are a few different things. So let me take a broad answer to that before getting to the specific last one. Obviously, you've seen the Defense Department make certain announcements with regard to force posture. Deterrence is an important part of encouraging de-escalation. So we will continue to take steps along that regard. Of course, we prepare for the possibility of further conflict. That being said, I want to just make it clear in answering the question that we don't think conflict is inevitable or should be inevitable, or that increased conflict is inevitable. We're going to continue to work to try to prevent it from happening. But of course, we prepare for all possibilities. That has been the case since October 7th. Obviously, you saw that over the weekend we sent out a message to American citizens in Lebanon, making clear that Lebanon is a do not travel country. It's a level 4 country. We issued a security alert encouraging U.S. citizens who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available for them, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. And we'll continue to monitor the situation and make assessments and take actions based on response to real-time events.
All right, so last one. You keep saying, you're saying that a wider war is not inevitable, and you don't, it shouldn't be inevitable. But do you think that an Iranian response or an Iranian attack on Israel is inevitable, whether or not that leads to a broader war?
So I can't speak to what may or may not happen. That is a decision for Iran to make. We have been sending consistent messages through our diplomatic engagements, encouraging people to communicate to the government of Iran that escalation is not in their interest, and that we will defend Israel from attacks, and that escalation does not serve Iran's interests, just as it doesn't serve the interests of anyone in the region. So I don't want to say it's inevitable. Certainly the risk is there, and that's why we are pursuing these diplomatic engagements.
And from your perspective, is any kind of Iranian response to escalation?
I don't want to prejudge from here what our view of a response might be, other than to say we don't want to see Iran take further action. That's the message we are consistently delivering to our partners in the region.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome back. Given some of the tough rhetoric that we've seen reported between the U.S. and Israel, specifically about whether the U.S. would bail out Israel should it escalate another time after this one, are there any limitations being placed on U.S. involvement in what's expected to develop in the coming days?
So I don't know what you mean by limitations. We have made clear that we will defend Israel against attacks from Iran, against attacks from terrorist groups. That is a part of our long-standing ironclad security or our ironclad commitment to Israel's security. At the same time, as I made clear in my opening comments, as the Secretary made clear in comments he made on the road last week, we don't want to see any party take steps to escalate this conflict.
By limitations, I mean there's a difference between intercepting and defensive actions versus engaging in counterstrikes or even preemptive strikes, which have been floated by the Israelis as a possibility. Is there anything that the U.S. is drawing lines in front of in terms of those actions?
So I'm not going to get into the conversations that we have with any of our allies or partners in the region, other than to say that as a general rule, we don't want to see escalation. And that is a statement that applies to all parties to this conflict.
Given the Secretary's call as the President's personal outreach to King Abdullah in Jordan, can you say whether the Jordanians are as willing as they were in April to engage again in the coming days' development?
I'm not going to speak to that in detail. Obviously, in April, we were able to put together a coalition of countries that were willing to defend Israel against attacks from Iran. We do believe it's important to continue to defend Israel against attacks, whether they come from Iran or whether they come from Iran's proxies. We, of course, have conversations with our allies and partners about that, but I'm not going to detail those publicly. Again, I do want to say that we don't think these attacks should be inevitable. We don't think that they should happen. We don't think that they're in Iran's interests. But of course, it is prudent for us to take steps to deter and eventually, if necessary, defend against those attacks should they occur.
Without specifying countries individually, are you confident that you have at least the same level of coalition that you had assembled in April?
I just don't want to speak to it publicly. We are committed to the defense of Israel against attacks from Iran and its proxies, and I think we'll do that.
Okay, two more questions. One, are there any preparations being made to evacuate U.S. citizens from Lebanon?
So we always plan for all contingencies, and that's not just a statement I would make today. That is something that we has been clear since October 7th. We have planned for all of the possible contingencies, including the broadening of this conflict, including the escalation of this conflict. Our posture as it relates to American citizens in Lebanon today is that we recommend that U.S. citizens who can depart Lebanon find a way to do so.
Okay, but nothing specific on the potential of an evacuation?
I don't have anything to announce here, but as I said, we always prepare for all contingencies.
Okay, and on prospects for a ceasefire deal, which this department and other agencies in the U.S. government have been stressing is a crucial key step. I mean, it appears notable that the talks over the weekend in Cairo were hours long. The CIA director was not there. Not to say that an absence of an altogether absence of the U.S. presence, but isn't that an indication that there's nowhere to go on ceasefire talks right now? I mean, how would you characterize them? Are they not stalled?
So I wouldn't characterize them as stalled. I would characterize them the way we said before, which is we have reached an agreement on the framework. That agreement still stands. Nothing that's happened over the course of the past week has done anything to erode the fundamental agreement on the framework to this ceasefire. That stands, but where we also what's true is that we continue to have other areas where we need to bridge the differences between the two parties. And so Look, ultimately, it's not a decision the United States can make. It requires the parties to take these choices, and it requires the parties to get to yes, and not look for reasons to delay, and not look for reasons to say no. And so the message that we have consistently communicated to everyone in the region is we want to see a ceasefire. We think a ceasefire is in the interest of Israel, it's in the interest of the Israeli people, it's in the interest of the Palestinian people, it is in the interest of the broader region. So we are going to continue to use all of the diplomatic muscle, all the influence that we can bring to bear to push to get this ceasefire over the line.
This is the first time we're hearing from you specifically. I mean, would you say that the assassination of Mia, who was, of course, a lead negotiator in these talks, was at least not conducive to seeing them?
The president spoke to this over the weekend, and I think I'll let his word stand. He said it certainly didn't help.
I have another one for Russia, but later. Israel has, of course, been heavily engaged with the Iranians as well. President Biden had a call today with his counterpart in Jordan. Can you say if any messages to Iran have been disseminated through the Jordanians or any other channel urging the escalation?
So I will let all of the countries in the region speak to what diplomatic engagements they might have had with Iran. But obviously, one of the points of the engagements that we have had is to urge countries to pass messages to Iran and urge countries to make clear to Iran that it is very much not in their interest to escalate this conflict, that it is very much not in their interest to launch another attack on Israel. And so I'll let countries speak to the degree to which they've had those conversations, but I can tell you in the engagements that we have had, every engagement that the Secretary has had, not just over the weekend, not just today, but going through to last weekend, he has heard a consensus position from all of our allies and partners, both in the region and around the world, that they don't want to see the conflict escalated. So certainly I would expect that some of them would pass that message along and impress that point upon the government of Iran, but I'll let each individual country speak to their particular conversations.
So there's a consensus position against escalation, but is there a consensus on whether Iran does have the right to launch any kind of retaliatory act?
The consensus position is that Iran should not take further action.
That's what we hear over and over, is that further action just raises the tensions, raises the risk of the conflict spreading and getting out of hand. Look, the last time we found ourselves in this position when Iran launched attacks against Israel in mid-April, you saw a series of attacks, and then ultimately the conflict didn't widen further. It's not to say that those attacks were in any way acceptable. Of course they weren't. That's why we helped defend Israel against them. But that was a moment of real peril for the region, and we were able to chart a path that ultimately got us through that time without it tipping into a wider war. But every time you have one of these cycles of escalation, you have a risk of parties miscalculating. You have the risk of them taking actions that get out of hand or that have unintended consequences, and that can affect the ceasefire negotiations. It can affect the risk of broader conflict. And so the message that we are consistently sending is don't take this step. You don't need to. It doesn't serve anything. And it only puts the entire region at risk.
There does seem to be consensus that something is coming and that something is coming soon. I was wondering if you could speak to reports that the Secretary told his counterparts at the G7 that this could happen today or tomorrow, and why you think that the time frame essentially has shrunk compared to last time when Iran took a bit more time to prepare for their response.
So I'm not going to speak to those reports. And again, as I've said, we don't think this attack should happen, and we are working to try to prevent it from happening. So I'm not going to give you any kind of window, any kind of delineation of when we might be in a window or potential window of attacks that we're trying to prevent in the first place. So that's the focus that we have, is trying to impress upon everyone in the region that escalation is in no one's interest and they shouldn't take further escalatory steps.
Have you seen any indication that Iran is preparing or Hezbollah is getting ready? I mean, obviously Hezbollah might be the more dangerous party because they're closer and their stuff might be pre-positioned.
So I'm not going to speak to any type of intelligence assessments or other things that we might see, other than to note that Hezbollah consistently launches attacks across the border at Israel. It's not something that they would necessarily have to prepare for. You look at, just about every day over the past few weeks, there have been attacks that Hezbollah has launched on on Israel. So it is an ongoing conflict across the blue line that we are attempting to manage and attempting to ultimately reach a diplomatic resolution to.
And just lastly, have you heard indications from Hamas after Hani's funeral now that they are going to come back to the table? Have they told the Qataris, the Egyptians, that they do plan to continue engaging?
I don't want to speak to the substance of negotiations other than to say that we continue to engage with our Qatari counterparts, our Egyptian counterparts. As I said, the Secretary had a call with the Prime Minister of Qatar earlier today, who of course is one of the lead interlocutors, and I think I'll leave it at that, other than to say the interlocutors, our interlocutors, Qatar and Egypt, are making clear to Hamas the same thing that we believe, which is that they need to continue to work to get to yes in an agreement.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, just on those, so the Secretary had calls with the Egyptians and Qataris. What are they saying about, as has kind of come up, you've got one side, they've been the interlocutor in these negotiations, one side has just assassinated the lead negotiator. Are they willing to continue hosting these talks when it seems like one side is sort of has just taken an action that seems to threaten their position as mediator?
They are, and we continue to express our gratitude for the role that both Qatar and Egypt have played in trying to reach a resolution to this conflict, and trying to reach a ceasefire that we eventually want to turn into an end to the war, and of course beyond that into broader peace and stability. Both of those two governments have put an extraordinary amount of work into reaching a ceasefire, as we have put an extraordinary amount of work, and they remain committed to trying to push forward in negotiations and reach an ultimate deal.
And just on the question of an Iranian response, so in April, there was an attack on an Israeli attack on an Iranian diplomatic facility or consulate facility. I think at the time there was never a conclusion from the US whether it did count as a consulate facility or not. Now we've got an attack on Iranian territory. Do the Iranians have the right to self-defense in this case?
So I'm going to answer that question this way. The right is one question, what's productive is another, and ultimately we don't think it's productive or conducive to anyone's interests, including Iran's, to conduct further actions, be they retaliatory or not. Any further action by Iran just raises the risk of increased tensions. It raises the risk of further response from Israel or from other parties, and ultimately gets us into this position that we have worried about from the beginning, that you get a conflict that can spiral out of control. Now, we are working to prevent that from happening, and I think the point that we are trying to make to all the parties involved is that they all have agency as well in trying to prevent that from becoming an eventuality. And so that requires all parties, including Iran, making the appropriate decisions in the days to come. And that means not taking steps that could lead to a wider conflict. I think it's incumbent upon them to make those types of decisions.
In the interest of consistency, though, wouldn't your message to the Israelis is this is not helpful, or that's the president's words? I guess people would expect you to maybe go a bit further than to say this is not helpful when you're making these kind of requests of the Iranians not to respond.
I mean, the president said that he didn't believe it was helpful, and the secretary said on Thursday that all parties should stop taking escalatory actions. I don't think we could be any more clear than that. Yeah, go ahead.
This is a line of question. At least one airline has said that they're going to avoid airspace over Iran and Iraq in the coming days. Is that advice that's come from the United States? Is there a security assessment for U.S. airlines particularly? I don't think it fly over Iran.
I would defer to the FAA to speak to that. It's not something that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome back.
Thanks.
See you. Matt, in your response to Libya and to Simon, as a matter of fact, you urged the Iranians, it's not in their interest to respond and so on. But at least, do they have the right to respond? I mean, is that part of self-defense?
So, as I just answered that question.
On the issue of self-defense.
I just answered that question in response to what he got from Simon. A right is one thing. Taking steps that are productive and are conducive to the interests of their people, that are conducive to the interests of the broader region, are another question. And in no way would a retaliatory action by Iran in any way serve the interests of the Iranian people or the broader region?
And that's precisely why I'm asking, because you mentioned the word right. So you are acknowledging that they do have the right to respond.
No, I did not acknowledge that.
Okay.
I acknowledged the question.
Okay, then let me ask you, if this was, let's say, happened in any of the Western capitals, wouldn't they be sort of obligated to respond?
I'm not going to deal with a hypothetical.
Okay, all right. We'll deal with something real. Last week, a week ago, yesterday, Sunday, an Iran rocket hit, or maybe intentional, hit a small town of Majid Shams, a Syrian town, Syrian citizens, and so on. And you said that Israel had a right to defend itself. I'm not you personally, but I'm saying. So, what's different? I mean, everybody was, everyone was saying Israel has a right to defend itself. Why doesn't Iran have a right to itself when the guest house, I don't want to make comparison, but it's like the guest house in London, or maybe their house, or anything. I mean, something that really touched the sovereignty of Iran.
So, I take the point of your question, Saeed. It is not in any way, however, useful at all for anyone in the region for Iran to consider taking such steps because of the risk, as I said, that this could potentially get out of control. And that's the message we will continue to impress on.
All right, let me ask you on the negotiation. Why do you continue to have the notion that Israel is negotiating in good faith, when in fact it killed the chief negotiator of the other party? I mean, if you go and treat the chief negotiator and kill him, people must think that you are not very serious about negotiations.
So I will speak to what we've seen in the negotiations, and that is, first of all, an agreement to the framework, and then some other issues that we are trying to resolve going forward. And I'm not going to assess the motives of any of the parties involved. What I'm going to make clear is the position of the United States, that we have impressed upon the government of Israel quite directly that they need to work to get to yes on this agreement.
Okay, but Israel is not even allowing the food to go in. I mean, aid is rotting, and they're not allowing anything to go in. And the situation is very, very bad in Gaza. So if they're not even showing that kind of gesture, why should they be taking?
So it's not a question. So, Said, I'm gonna not quibble, but I think it's not a premise. What you stated in the lead up to your question is not incorrect. Is incorrect. It's not that they are blocking aid from coming in. They are letting aid come to the various crossings,
right.
And then we continue to struggle with the security situation inside Gaza of getting out of the crossings, and that's something that we're working through with the government of Israel and the various UN agencies. But ultimately, it is always going to be difficult. We've seen that now 9 months, more than 9 months into this conflict, and what we've seen is it is always going to be difficult because of the unique nature of Gaza and the unique nature of this conflict to move humanitarian assistance around when you're in the middle of a conflict between the IDF and a terrorist organization that continues to kind of pop in and out of civilian infrastructure. And so that's why we continue to work for a ceasefire, because ultimately that is the way to solve this humanitarian crisis that currently plagues the people of Gaza.
And finally, I have one last question. An Israeli American soldier with a U.S. citizen posted videos showing detonation of Gaza homes and mosques and so on. Is that, in fact, it's something that Amnesty called a war crime. If this U.S. citizen comes down, should he be arrested?
That's a question for the Justice Department.
But is that a war crime? If you show that you have done that?
So I can't. There's no way I can take any video devoid of context and pronounce judgment on whether it's a war crime or not.
Yeah, I think it was the third to last question you asked. The premise of it that Israel had assassinated the top Hamas negotiator. That's something that you're willing to accept and put on, say on the record that it was in fact Israel that did it? Or have I missed something over the course of the last
I will let every country speak to their actions. The United States, for our part, was not involved in any
I'm
way.
not asking if you were involved. I'm asking if you accept the premise of the question that Israel did in fact do it, if in fact the Israelis have told you that they were responsible.
So I am not going to speak to what any other government may or may not have done. I will make clear that the United States not only was not involved, but we were not aware of this incident before it occurred.
Sorry if this was asked before I walked in.
Not the first time. I don't mean with you in general, it happens.
Right. It's been reported that Iran has sent a message to Israel through a third party, obviously, that it will be attacking Israel. Do you think this is a good sign that at least if it's giving, a warning that it will definitely be attacking, that it could be a little maybe more limited and things stop there?
I'm not going to speak to that report. It's reportedly about conversations between two governments that are not the United States. I'll let the countries involved speak to it. I wouldn't want to speculate or comment on it. Alex.
You said you expect each individual country in the region to speak up their mind. Russia happens to be one of them. Shoigu is in Tehran.
Russia is a Middle Eastern country?
No, I'm a regional country. Well, he said that
it's a broad definition of the Middle East. Alex.
Yeah, they share
overly broad.
They are willing to cooperate in putting him in dealing with current regional
You're quoting who?
Shoigu.
Yeah.
What is Russia's responsibility at this point?
Russia's responsibility? I don't think we have any. So I'll leave aside the question of responsibility. We don't have any expectations that Russia is going to play a productive role in de-escalating tensions. We haven't seen them play a productive role in this conflict since October 7th. They have, for the most part, been absent, and certainly we've seen them do nothing to urge any party to take de-escalatory steps.
Given the timing of this trip, do you see this as an effort to undermine your efforts?
I don't know what the timing of this trip relates to. Obviously, you can look at this two ways. One is any involvement Russia might play in the conflict in the Middle East, and so far we have seen them play really no role at all, certainly not any productive role. The other way to look at the possibility of this trip is it is furthering the relationship between the government of Iran and the government of Russia, and Russia going around tin cupping, looking for support for its illegal invasion of Ukraine. I don't know if that's the purpose of this trip, but certainly we've seen that security relationship between Iran and Russia before.
You can move to Ukraine when you're ready, if you want to come back to me.
Go ahead. Oh yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
Do you see the UN statement today on UNRWA?
I saw it right before I came out. We haven't had a chance to. My understanding is there's an underlying report that we have not yet had a chance to review. So.
Okay. Are you willing to comment on it now?
No. Let us get a chance to look at the situation, and maybe tomorrow we can have something to say.
Was Russia adjacent about detainees last week?
Sure.
So if you want to. Okay. One is there were conflicting characterizations of whether Al-Sufur Masheva was in fact officially designated as wrongfully detained. Can you clarify whether she was or not?
She was designated as wrongfully detained.
When did that happen?
It happened last week, shortly in the days before she was returned home.
Okay, and the family of Mark Fogel in legal proceedings against this department has argued that had he been designated as wrongfully detained, it would have also led to his release. Do you have any comment on that?
So I'm not going to speak to questions that involve ongoing litigation for reasons I think you can understand, but I will speak to this issue in general. First of all, with respect to Mark Fogel, we are working to try to secure his release. We worked to try to secure his release as part of this deal, and we're unable to. But we continue to call for his release, and we continue to work to secure his release. And I think, let me just point to the events of last week to talk about our record, because I have a number of times stood up here and been pressed why we haven't designated certain individuals as wrongfully detained. I think Alex asked me 2 weeks ago about the wrongful designation of Al-Sufur Masheva, and I think asked me, are we not designating her as wrongfully detained because she's a woman or because she's a Muslim? It's obviously not true, as I said at the time. And the point I made is, when we say that we are working to get someone's release, we mean it. And our record backs it up. And sometimes we are working to obtain their release when they have officially received a wrongful detention determination. Sometimes there are other individuals who we say we're working to secure their release, and they never receive that determination. A great example is Vladimir Kara-Murza, who was not determined by this department to be wrongfully detained, but yet we were still able to secure his release last week. So let me just point to something the Secretary said in the statement he released on Thursday when this news became public. And that's that he knows, he had a lot of difficult conversations, as you would imagine, right, with the families of those who have been wrongfully detained and others who have been detained overseas over the past couple of years. And he can certainly understand that there were times that they worried that our efforts would not bear fruit. but we know they never gave up hope, and we didn't give up hope, and we continued to work to secure all of their release, and that is true with Mark Fogel, and that is true for every American who is wrongfully detained overseas.
I certainly understand, and I'm not a lawyer for the family, that, it's not maybe a prerequisite requirement for an American to be released, but it is a fact that 3 out of the 4 Americans in this case were designated as wrongfully detained, and that led to their release, as with Brittany Griner. So, just if there's anything else you want to say to the Fogel family at this particular
So, I would say to the family, as you've heard from others in the administration, that we continue to be committed to securing his release, and we continue to work on it. It's something that we think about every day. And the same thing that we said to the family of Paul Whelan, when Brittany Griner was returned, and we had tried to get Paul Whelan out as part of that deal, and it just simply wasn't on the table. It wasn't on the table as part of that deal. And we made clear to Paul, and we made clear to his family that we had not forgotten him, and that we would continue to work on his release, and that was true, and ultimately we were able to get him home. The same thing is true with Mark Fogel. We continue to work on his release. We really wanted to get him out as part of this deal. We're not the only party to the deal, right? And we weren't able to do it, but we continue to work on it. And just with this question of wrongfully detained, not wrongfully detained, which we get asked about a lot for very understandable reasons, but just note that there is a statutory review that we have to go through that lists certain factors that we have to apply when making the determination about whether someone is wrongfully detained or not. And we go through that, and we have to apply the law rigorously, and that's what we do. But there are others who, for whatever reason, we have not made the determination at any one time. They have not met the statutory criteria. But if there's someone that we say that we're working to bring home, like Vladimir Karamurza, we're working to bring him home, and hopefully someday we will.
Why was Karamurza not wrongfully detained?
So, as always, not going to speak to the determination with any one individual, but we go through the statutory criteria with all of them, and add all that up and make a determination based on the facts of their case, based on the law that applies to their case, and based on the requirements of the Levinson Act. Does that all add up to a wrongful determination? And in the case of Alsu Kurmasheva, the statutory review led us to conclude it did. In the case of Vladimir Karamurza, it led us to conclude that it did not. That said, we still thought he ought to be released. We still pressed for his release. We're still able to get his release.
Designated day before, day after?
It was sometime last week. I don't remember the exact date. It was sometime last week.
But it did not happen before the decision was announced, right? Under she was released. But I asked this question last week, and we did not have an answer that she was designated.
It happened last week, shortly before her release.
Let's do Ukraine, please.
Yeah.
Now the F-16s are in Ukrainian hands. Is the U.S. government willing to untie Ukraine's hands to strike back at military targets to prevent future attacks?
To strike back
in Russia.
In Russia, we have allowed the Ukrainian government to strike military targets in Russia.
They are still able to strike over 100 kilometers.
So, Alex, you and I have been through this before. My answer has not changed today, which is we constantly look at the needs of the Ukrainian military. We assess the security situation, and we try to be responsive to their needs. And that is a process that we have undergone from the beginning, and we make that process we make those determinations both when it comes to the specific weapons that we provide Ukraine and the restrictions, if any, that we put on the use of those weapons.
Thank you. President Zelensky was quoted as saying that he wants NATO to discuss Ukraine, the possibility of destroying missiles in Ukrainian territory. Why is it not plausible in your opinion?
Why is it not possible for
NATO to
So that is a discussion that, as with all NATO discussions, is a discussion to be had among NATO members. And a decision that NATO would reach collectively. It's not something I can speak to from here.
Thank you. My final one on Ukraine. Have you seen the video of dismemberment of Ukrainian prisoners, PAOs in Russia?
I have not. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. On Bangladesh. Bangladesh is free at the cost of hundreds of lives under the shoot on site order by autocratic Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. But the situation is still unclear. Students, leaders, opposition parties, and the army are trying to form a civilian government. Could you please provide more insight into the U.S. position?
So, as I said, a few things. Number one, our condolences, of course, go out to those who have been hurt in the violence over the past few weeks. We are focused now on supporting an end to the violence and for accountability. all decisions regarding the interim government
should be made with respect to democratic principles, rule of law, and the will of the Bangladeshi people.
Yeah, as you said, accountability. Sheikh Hasina fled to India and she is trying to get any of the Western country. Will you allow her to come into the US as she commit crime against humanity largely?
I'm not aware of any request of that nature. Yeah, go ahead. Guys, one at a time.
The recent fall, we already know Bangladesh government led widespread violence and chaos. What measure is the U.S. State Department or U.S. taking to address the reported atrocities against minorities and general populace in Bangladesh?
So a few things. Number one, as I made clear, what we are calling for today is an end to the violence and for accountability. Now, as to what accountability looks like, that's something that should take place under Bangladeshi law. Obviously, anyone responsible for acts of violence, acts that break the law, should be held accountable for them.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. During the time that Bangladesh people struggled against that fascist ruler and thousands of people got killed, you already informed us that she fled the country this morning.
I didn't inform you that. I think.
Okay, you said it. Okay.
I said we've seen the announcement she resigned.
Okay, she resigned. Okay. After she left, there is dozens of dead bodies are pulling out from the Gana Bhavan, the official residence of Prime Minister. There is dozens of dead bodies are pulling out next to the Parliament. There's lots of atrocities are taking place by the government officials, those who are still in power, especially a couple of people. Army Chief of Staff General Waqar-uz-Zaman, he was involved with genocide. Navy Chief Admiral Mohammed Nazmul Hassan, he was involved with the genocide. Air Chief Marshal Hassan Mahmud Khan, they were involved with the genocide. And they're the same people are saying, we are going to the president and form a caretaker government. So, as a matter of fact, when was the last time we heard a killer is going to do the justice for another killer?
So let me say a few things. Number one, with respect to the violence over the past few weeks and the deaths that have occurred, it is vital that we have full and transparent investigations to ensure accountability for these deaths. Second, as it relates to the interim government, as I made clear in my opening remarks, we think that it's important that we focus on the Bangladeshi people's democratic aspirations and see a path to democratic governance.
Does America support Bangladesh military to install a caretaker government?
We want to see the Bangladeshi people decide the future of the Bangladeshi government.
Thank you.
Janie. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Any contact, as far as you know, with Bangladeshi officials, be it in the military or in the former government?
I don't have any to report today. There may have been contacts from our embassy, but I'm not aware of any. Don't have any to announce.
And just also in terms of some U.S. issues with Bangladesh, the issue of the Rohingya, of course, has been something that's been quite important between the U.S. and Bangladesh. Is there any concern that this would impact the housing?
So I think, as you know, the United States has provided, I'll try to do the number, I think it's around $2 billion to assist with refugees in Bangladesh. And I don't have any immediate comment on how this change of government might affect those programs. I would certainly hope that it wouldn't. We think it's important that Bangladesh continue to provide hospitality to those refugees, and will continue to work with them to do so. Guys, Simon, did you have?
Well, Sean asked most of my questions, but I did want to ask on is there ongoing assistance to Bangladesh, both in terms of humanitarian aid that will continue, and also military assistance continue, given, I guess, this is not a coup, but there's questions over the transfer of power.
Yeah, so certainly with respect to the kind of allusion in the last part of your question, so we've seen all that we know right now is we've seen the announcement from the government that she resigned. We don't have any further information about how that resignation may have taken place. With respect to, and that goes to the question, obviously, of financial support. So with respect to financial support in fiscal year 2023, the United States provided over $212 million in bilateral economic development and health assistance to Bangladesh. Obviously, I don't have any announcements with respect to those programs, other than we would like to see them continue because they're important to our relationship with the people of Bangladesh. And just to confirm the question Sean answered, it was we provided nearly $2 billion in humanitarian assistance to support Rohingya refugees since August of 2017.
Can I just take just another question on that? Just taking a step back a little bit. I mean, how do you actually feel about the Army's role? How does the United States feel? Do you think that they were productive in this? Is there any concern that an interim role could become more of an interim role?
So let me answer that two ways. One, with respect to their role over the past several days, we have seen the reports that the Army resisted calls to crack down on the protesters, and if those reports are true, certainly that is something that we would encourage. We made clear, I think, for several weeks now that people have a legitimate right to protest and to peacefully assemble, and we opposed any kind of violent crackdown. So if it is true, in fact, that the Army resisted calls to crack down on lawful protesters, that would be a positive development. With respect to where we go from here, what we want to see is democratic order. We want to see the Bangladeshi people choose their own government, and that's what we will be looking for in the days and weeks ahead. Let me go to Janet.
Thank you, Matt. Two questions. North Korea announced that it will deploy a large-scale tactical nuclear ballistic missile launcher to the front lines. What do you think of North Korea's sudden actions?
We would encourage North Korea to discontinue taking provocative
and unproductive steps and return to the negotiating table.
Do you think North Korea's seventh nuclear test is imminent?
I don't have any assessment to offer on that.
Okay, question. North Korea is currently experiencing many casualties due to flood. South Korea said it would provide humanitarian aid, but North Korea chose only support from Russia. What do you think of North Korea, which selectively chooses humanitarian aid?
So obviously our thoughts are always with the people of North Korea as they are with the people of any country around the world when they suffer a humanitarian disaster. And whatever differences we have with any government, those are not differences with the people of that country. And so we would hope to see the humanitarian needs of the North Korean people addressed. And I'll let South Korea speak to decisions or offers that they might have made.
Thank you.
Eva, do you have?
Yes, Matt. I know you didn't want to answer a question about the limitations, on whether there are limitations on U.S. support to Israel. But my question, when you say that no one, and your message is no one should say no to de-escalation, is it applicable to everyone? Is it applicable to all parties? Is this your message to Israel? I mean,
yes. My statement, when I said all parties, I very much meant all parties, as did the Secretary when he spoke to this last week.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll go.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. The Iranian Security Council members spoke to Kuwait's Al Jarida newspaper, and they said that a U.S. delegation has visited Iran through Turkey with the mediation of Oman. What's your comment on that? And has anyone from the State Department or the U.S. government spoke directly with the Iranians on this issue?
So with respect to Iran, we've always said we have the ability to send messages to them or to get messages to them when it's in our interest to do so, and I will leave it at that.
And last time when the Iran attacked Israel on April 13, they claimed that they sent wide notes to everyone, including the U.S. They said the U.S. that they are going to attack Israel. Have you received any notification from Iran on this?
So let me just say a number of things that there were reports about what Iran said to us last time that proved to be completely untrue. You may remember this, that there were a number of things the Iranian government put out that just about messages they sent to us that just were false. And with respect to any communications, I'm not going to speak to them now, other than to say you should be highly skeptical, as always, about reports of what the Iranian government may or may not have sent to us in a message through an intermediary, a third party, or otherwise.
And last thing, and how did Iran receive your messages through your diplomatic engagements?
I will let the countries who are party to those diplomatic engagements speak to that. As I said, and I think in response to one of the questions earlier, we are making clear to all of our allies and partners in the region and beyond who have diplomatic engagements with Iran that they should press Iran to take de-escalatory steps and refrain from further escalation. But I'll let those countries involved speak to any specific conversations. Ryan.
Thanks, Matt. Not sure if you saw, there was a report in Semaphore that the Wall Street Journal tried valiantly to try to confirm its reporting on the UNRWA allegations made by Israel.
Yeah.
Talked to American intelligence sources, Israeli intelligence sources, were completely unable to substantiate them. Does the State Department have anything new about those UNRWA allegations? And in the future, will the State Department consider allegations coming from Israel differently, given that these have not yet been backed up, but such drastic measures?
So I did see that report, and I think it is a good time to remind everyone that the action that we took was not in response to information that the government of Israel brought to us. It was in response to UNRWA coming to us, and UNRWA saying that they had received these allegations from the government of Israel, and they found them credible. And so that was what led us to make the decision that we made. It wasn't getting anything from the government of Israel. It was when UNRWA itself said they found the allegations credible that we thought it was an appropriate step to take to pause the funding. Now, with respect to the underlying investigation, so Sean asked me about, I believe the UN has issued a statement about it earlier today. We have not yet had a chance to review either the statement or what I understand to be an underlying report, but we'll certainly do so over the coming days, and we'll leave it until we've had a chance to do so to pass judgment.
And the IDF also announced that they assassinated the Gaza Minister of the Economy. I'm curious, does the State Department consider somebody like that to be a combatant?
So I didn't see that announcement. I don't know who the person was. I don't know if he had an active role in the Hamas military wing or not. So I would to be able to answer that question, I'd have to know more about the specific.
They said he counts because he had a role over the economy, and the economy has a role over manufacturing, and within manufacturing there are weapons that are manufactured.
Again, I'd have to look at it in more detail before I could give you any kind of detailed assessment. Go ahead in the back.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I have just a follow-up. There is a transition period from a caretaker government in Bangladesh. Does America have any plan to assist Bangladesh in rebuild its economy?
Does it have plans to what? Does the U.S. have plans to what? I didn't catch the last part.
Rebuilding its economy.
So we greatly value our relationship with the people of Bangladesh, and we want to see that continued. But I would just urge everyone with requests or questions about what the future may entail. We are not even 12 hours out from the reported resignation of the Prime Minister, so I would encourage everyone to just, respectfully, take a beat before making any kind of long-term assessments. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the ceasefire negotiations, you said they're not stalled. What are you basing this answer on? Are you getting any signs from any government in the region that they're pressing either the Palestinians or the Israelis to actually agree to the ceasefire?
So it is based on our conversations with the other interlocutors. Is based on our conversations with the government of Qatar, with the government of Egypt. Now, that's not to say we've come to agreement on all of the underlying issues. We clearly haven't. We need to bridge those differences, but we continue to work through it productively with the interlocutors. We know they are pressing Hamas to accept a deal, just as we are pressing Israel to reach a deal, because we think it's important to do so, and that's what we're going to continue to do in the days ahead.
And do you think it's possible to press Israel, given that it doesn't seem to be in Netanyahu's interest at this point to reach a ceasefire? At least that's what the Israeli media is saying. That's what a lot of Israeli officials are saying.
So the media says a lot of things, officials say a lot of things. We believe it is very clearly in the interests of the Israeli people, and that's why, among the reasons why we'll continue to push for it. Olivia, go ahead, and then we'll wrap for today.
The media reports out of Israel is that now you have the head of the IDF, Shin Bet, and Mossad being quoted as confronting the prime minister and basically saying, either give us something to go on or there's going to be no deal. That's a paraphrase.
Yeah.
But does the U.S. not view those reports as credible?
So I am never going to speak to is reach a ceasefire, and the way we're approaching it is continue to work with the parties to try to get one over the line. Nothing about those reports changes our goal.
But is that not an exercise in futility if the de facto leader of the country is reluctant to
We do not believe it is. Look, the President had a very direct, candid conversation with the Prime Minister about this last week. And we will continue to engage with them to make clear that we believe a ceasefire is in their interest, just as we believe it's in the interest of the Palestinian people, and work to get one over the line. Well, that will wrap for today. Thanks, everyone. Oh, do you have one more?
Could we just talk about Venezuela?
Yeah.
For a moment. It's important.
How did we go through without getting a question?
I'm
There's
here
a lot
to,
going on today, yeah.
But can I just ask, the Secretary had the call and the statement last week with the opposition there. Is the U.S. ready to recognize another interim president, similar to what happened earlier with Guaido, or is it more just a matter of not recognizing Maduro as the victim?
That's not a step that we are taking today. Where we are today is we are in close contact with our partners in the region, especially with Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, about a path forward. We continue to urge the Venezuelan parties to begin discussions on a peaceful transition back to democratic norms. We continue to call for transparency and the release of detailed tally votes, while recognizing it's been over a week since the election, and any release of those votes would require close scrutiny, given the potential for tampering or manipulation in that time frame. So, no, that's not a step that we've taken as of yet, but we continue to make clear that the will of the Venezuelan people needs to be respected, and that's what we're engaging with our partners in the region about.
Sure. And just do you have any reaction? The EU today said it won't recognize the results. Is there a press for what's the U.S. call for other countries in terms of how to approach Venezuela? Is there also an idea that perhaps other countries should take steps of not recognizing Maduro as the victor?
So we would hope to see all parties take the steps that we have done, which is to call for full transparency, to ask for the full results to be released, and then ultimately to begin discussions about a transition back to democratic norms. That's what we're encouraging. It's what we're discussing with our partners in the region and our partners around the world. And we hope all countries would adopt that. Ultimately, this is a question about respecting the will of the Venezuelan people. And as we concluded, and you saw in the statement that we released last week, when you look at the tallies that the opposition made public, it's clear that even if every outstanding vote came back from Maduro, it wouldn't be enough to overcome the advantage that Edmundo Gonzalez had. And obviously saw the report in the Washington Post concluding the same thing over the weekend. And so we're going to continue to push for respect for the will and the votes, actually, of the Venezuelan people. So, Alex,
while we've been in here, I was just sent videos from Russian state media of the apprehensions of both Whelan and Gershkovich. I'm wondering if you've seen them and have any reaction to them. The Whelan one shows him appearing to accept a thumb drive before his arrest by masked men. Have you seen these videos?
So I'm going to rely on a rule I established in my very first briefing, which is anything that breaks while I'm up at the podium, I'm going to take a moment and step off the podium and comment on. So I'll be next time I'm back up here, I'll be happy to comment on that. But no, if it's something that broke while I was here, I have not seen them, and so wouldn't.
I don't know if it broke beforehand. I was just.
Yeah, I have not seen them, so I assume it broke while I was up here. So with that, thanks everyone. Thank you.
At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Magura in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday. Crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela to protest against Maduro. Large crowds returned to the streets of Venezuela's cities to continue their campaign against Nicolas Maduro's alleged attempt to rig last week's election and denounce his deepening crackdown on opposition supporters. Maduro said 2,000 people were arrested and would face maximum punishment. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system intercepts an attack from Lebanon. Tropical Storm Debby brings rain and surf as it passes through southwest Florida. At least 90 dead as Bangladeshi protesters renew call for Hasina to resign. At least 90 people were killed, including 13 police officers. And dozens of others were injured in a new round of violence in Bangladesh as police fired tear gas and threw stun grenades to disperse tens of thousands of protesters who returned to the streets to ask Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina will resign. The deaths were reported by police and doctors on Sunday in the capital Dhaka and the districts of Bogora, Pabna and Rampur in the north, as well as in Maghera in the west, Comilla in the east, and Barisal and Feni in the south. Dozens of people are arrested after protests spread. More than 90 people were arrested after demonstrations organized by far-right groups turned into riots in UK cities on Saturday. There was unrest in Hull, Liverpool, Bristol, Manchester, Stoke-on-Trent, Blackpool and Belfast, with missiles thrown, shops looted and police attacked in some places. Other smaller demonstrations elsewhere did not turn violent. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has promised to give police forces the government's full support to take action against extremists who try to sow hate. Tensions rose following the murder of 3 girls at a Taylor Swift-themed dance party in Southport, Merseyside, on Monday.
Bye.